shapeshifter, have no face to show. Please don't take off my mask, my disguise.
Where am I? Oh no! There I am! Okay. Just checking some mail. Yeah, let's kill the dragon another time.
Witness the power of Gua. Rain, outline, stand with me. Lightning, Scaramouche. The Temple of Whispers. This way, turn a little. Yeah.
And he dead! How many do I have now? 18. It's not even enough. It's not even enough. Okay, in any... Oh! That's not a bad one. Sometimes you get these little gems, but then they turn out shit when you actually enhance them. I guess Story of Life or something. Like, what is this again? What does it... Oh, wait. Update summary. Yeah. Okay. Well then. First, we... New card players at the Cat's Tail already? I mean, I promise, we go to the Archon quest. But, you know, the daily grind comes first, as per usual. What do you mean, new daily players? Oh, Chef Mao. Wait, do we get extra? Oh, we get extra rewards. Oh, okay. I think I was able to edit my deck a little more. Why? Didn't I get another? No, didn't. I really should buy some better cards so I don't have a lot of useless cards in my hand anymore. But, you know, I'm still reluctant. So, yeah. Extending summons.
There is no escape.
Of course, no luck. Well, then again, it's not too bad. There we go! This is what I'm talking about. So, what can I... Which other cards can I play? First of all...
Mirror the myriad.
There's someone restore? Oh. Oh, it restored. No, side and granted +1 usages. Okay. Let's see if it actually works like. Oh, I think it may. And so I will play this card. And this card. And then we end the round. Ugh. Ooh, okay, that's good. What's this? I wanna switch. It's a fast action, isn't it? What does it say? Leave it to me in effect. Yep.
The threads of your fate lie in my hands.
Oh wait, that actually affects me then too? Even oh, okay. I thought it was only for... I mean, why did I think that? Kinda wanna see what I would get. Okay.
No rest for the wicked.
This gives me more healing. Can I attack again? I can. Oh, yeah, it's not my turn. Haha, extra damage. Ooh. Do I get... I think I got what I needed. Wait, is it... Oh, it's not a fast action anymore, since I don't have Catherine. What do you mean, no valid target? Huh? Oh, when your active characters will equip this card after a day of lock equips this card. Wait, what? I think I don't quite understand how this card works yet. What's this do? When action phase begins, create two only.
No rest for the wicked.
Boom! I don't like this.
Contamination must be washed away. In the image of the wilderness. Not water, too.
Uh-oh. Oh, there's not much left I can do. Oh. Well. And you're dead. That is interesting that there's one each day. Huh? Oh! Didn't even realize I... Oh, what is this? I mean, this is not bad. This is kind of shite. Nice challenge. Challenge complete. Challenge complete. Not yet visited. Visits in 14 hours. Oh, that's good to know. Okay. Now let's go back here. And... ah, yes, hey. How's it going? Yeah, I believe in my heart of the car. I guess. Maybe. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a fun little mini game they put in the game, so we have to play a game while playing a game, you know? And get you. Okay. I mean, I said the title says I do the Archon quest, but, you know, I have to do the dailies, because if I don't do them first, I maybe forget them, and I have the suspicious feeling I forgot them once at the very least. I'm not 100% sure about that.
Committed to memory. Rain cutter. Huh? Rain outlines your fate. Here's the goods. Aurora, this may hurt a little. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And where's the last one? Is it in the desert again? Nope. Oh. Not quite where I want to be. Oh, it's the hammer mushroom thing again, isn't it?
Happy to oblige.
Oh no, it isn't. Wait, is it only you two?
Grow, grow, grow. Let me weave you a verse. Know my sword. Rain outlines your... What's this? Sweet. Sharing my knowledge. Yeah, Rain cutter. Huh? This may hurt a little. Yeah.
Ta-da!
Ad Astra Abyssa. Thank you for Ad Astra.
hope it's early enough for it to be done in time. So now I go with my...
Want me to come along?
Wait a minute. Oh yeah, she still has the artifact. Okay, then I guess we can start. Let's see. The night birds falls at the curtain calls. It's the sanctuary. That's straightforward. Can I teleport? Oh, nice.
Come on, serious suggestions, please. I'm not trying to write a thriller here. It's supposed to be an essay, you understand? An essay. That means facts and logic.
Well, if it's facts and logic you're after, you shot yourself in the foot with your choice of research topic, didn't you? The Tatara Suna mystery. When so much remains unexplained, there's little to be objective about. Unless, of course, you restrict yourself to textual criticism.
Yeah, well, this is my teacher's area of research. I can't change that. But it's fascinating enough without having to sensationalize it, don't you think? The strange location, the missing details, a mysterious person. I want to write my essay on something interesting, and I'm interested in getting to the bottom of all this. That's the only reason I came to you.
Yes, you came to me, so all the more reason to take my advice. The fact is, it's the dramatization that will make people want to read it. There's no getting around that.
I guess. I mean, would you just read a boring paper about something?
Okay, but...
But at the same time, I can appreciate that he wants to just make it, just not try to make it bigger than it is, than a lot of people do it. So, it's kind of a struggle, I suppose.
Did one of them just mention Tatara Suna? But that's all the way in Inazuma!
Oh, I totally didn't catch that.
Is it just Paimon, or is it kinda unusual for someone in Sumeru to want to write a paper about that? Everyone here's just going about their business. Maybe it really is just Paimon. Guess people here are free to research pretty much anything.
Okay. Oh, wait. Is that... Okay, good. Still, let's go listen in. I have no idea what they're talking about, but I guess... Ooh, voices coming in my head.
Great! Let's go find out what this Tatara Suna mystery is all about.
Oh, whoops. Wrong button.
Alright, I guess I'll go with my textual criticism and your editorial direction for the first draft. I have a feeling that the missing Kabuki Mono will end up being the main focus of this paper.
What is a Kabuki Mono?
Ugh, if only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about him, this seems like the kind of thing he'd know about.
Hello, I'm here. If you're looking for the traveler, that's me. Look at that big grin.
Oh, you're the traveler, you say?
Hey, what's with that face? Don't believe us?
If you don't believe me, I'll go.
No, of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great exploits when I was still in Inazuma.
You looked so skeptical and now he made a 180.
This is my first time coming face to face with you and your mysterious silver-haired companion. I couldn't believe my luck, and out of force of habit, I started, examining the evidence. Sorry.
Oh, I mean, that's fair enough. And at least Paimon is not just accepted for being there, but they actually call her mysterious companion, silver-haired and all that.
So what? For the love of... Sorry, we don't get out much, so our social skills are kind of lacking.
Don't I know it? Don't I know it all too well? Yeah, social skills are lacking majorly. Well, for me, I suppose. Kinda.
Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal and been to many places. Would you be able to tell us about Tatarasuna?
I mean, I don't remember much. Wasn't that electrified area with the reactor that went haywire and there's kind of radiation going on still in there? No, wait. We shut down the radiation in that part of Inazuma, I think.
Actually, we don't know much about that place either. In fact, we only came over here because we heard you talking about it and wanted to learn more.
I see.
Wait, but was it not that place? I mean, the name doesn't ring a bell, but the radioactive electricity around a certain area, I think that was the Tatarapra. Sorry, I can't help this time. I mean, didn't we? God.
My teacher chose this area of research as a personal challenge. He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about Tatarasuna's past. But who'd have thought that...
If you don't mind, I'd love to show you all my outline for the book I'm writing about Tatarasuna.
Maybe I should look up what the Tatarasuna is. Or can someone illuminate me?
Hold on, Sawada. Don't you think that's a bit of a deep dive for a first read?
Well, fair point. In that case, please ease yourselves in gently by taking a look at Akaba's latest essay draft.
Oh god, do we have to read?
Let me give you some background. This all started with the discovery of some records in Tatarasuna. The writings mentioned someone by the name of Mikoshi Nagamasa, who crafted a fine blade. But in the end, he threw it into a fire to destroy it, and killed his servant Katsuragi. Why? Well, no one knows.
Are these names supposed to tell me something?
Apart from the swordmaker, his servant, and the one who wrote this all down, the records also mention a kabuki mono. This seems to be an Inazuman word for an eccentric stranger, someone who dresses funny or acts in an unusual way.
I think this has to do... I mean, it obviously has to do with Scaramouche to some kind of extent, since wasn't that the flashback about that he found a friend in a forger and then he got discovered and he told Scaramouche to run away or go away or something to protect him? Wasn't that kind of the deal there? I think that's what they are talking about.
That's right. Akaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This kabuki mono lived in Tatarasuna for a while before disappearing without a trace. And shortly afterwards, as Akaba mentioned, things got pretty ugly.
Okay, so they are talking about Scaramouche's past experience in a way.
So first this strange person goes missing, then a murder happens? Seems kind of fishy to Paimon.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. So I helped out too. I asked everyone I could think of if they knew anything about what happened back then. And wow, did I get lucky!
Okay, he's getting excited. Look at his stare.
Stop shouting!
He wasn't even shouting all that much. This is where somehow the voice acting breaks together, when they sometimes don't commit enough to shouting into something. And I mean, Paimon is way louder than him. She's shouting all the time, just like me. An annoying, bubbling, floating bubble head, I guess, somewhat.
This part's important. I just wanted to make it stand out. It just so happens that a friend of mine works at the Government Records Office. He looked into it for me, and I can now confirm that all the aforementioned individuals did, in fact, live in Inazuma over 400 years ago.
Okay, now he sounds very excited and, you know, elevated voice and all that. Okay, never mind. Maybe I'm just too critical at some points. I mean, I really like the English VAs, and they do all a great job.
Even back then, Tatara Suna was already at the center of Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in charge was a government official named Niwa. Curiously enough, it seems like he went missing too.
Could it be?
Wait, so there are 2 missing people in the story now?
Wait, what? Now I'm confused.
That's right! What's more, Niwa is a name with a lot of history to it. Have you ever heard of the great swordsmith clans of Inazuma?
Oh, the swordsmiths? Yeah, like Ishin art and so on?
Yeah, there were ties with Kazuha, and he showed up in this one Inazuma collaboration arts festival. Basically, it was a con. Well, a con. No, a con sounds like con artist too much. A convention, an anime manga convention in Inazuma. I guess that's where that was a little bit more elaborated, and the balladeer showed up there in a painting that only got visible when you splashed it with water way back when. And then the later introduced Kazuha story quest maybe ties into that?
Wow, yes. You really know your stuff. That makes things easier. So basically, this Niwa was a distant relative of the Kaidahara clan, the last practitioners of Ishin art.
Haha!
Something then seems to have happened in the Kaidahara clan, leading to their downfall. I don't know the details, but taken in light of everything else going on around that time, it makes you wonder whether it's all connected somehow.
The Kaidahara clan?
Sawada, you left out the biggest detail of all.
I do have the feeling something in my settings isn't right. Sorry, where was it? What was it there? Oh, okay, that's a little bit much then. Should be better. Oh yeah, there's more?
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget? Brace your minds, ladies and gents, for they are about to be blown. Or maybe you won't believe your ears. I wouldn't blame you, of course, because in all my years as a writer, this is by far the most.
Get to the point, for Pete's sake.
Where does it even come from, the saying "for Pete's sake"? I mean, I know that in the Mickey Mouse Disney universe thing, there is Pete. There is a Pete who's the adversary of Mickey Mouse, but that can't be the origin from the saying of "for Pete's sake," or is it? Huh.
According to information acquired by Akaba's teacher, the Kabukimono was not a human, but a puppet.
Yeah, Scaramouche, Scaramouche.
A puppet?
The Shogun puppet that the Electro Archon made should be ruling Inazuma with her as we speak. Couldn't be her. No, it's the first. Wait, does Traveler actually know about that he was a prototype for the first to be first holding the Gnosis? I don't even know where I got that knowledge from. I think I just got that knowledge randomly from Reddit. Since it's probably just tidbits of lore that I already know about, but I don't even know if the Traveler already knows. Kabukimono has to be the balladeer, but what was he doing 400 years ago in Okay, so he does know. Okay, he does know. Okay, so it was told in the story. God, it has been a long time, you know, if they do the content patches in a yearly thing, it's really hard to keep track of everything.
Aha! Judging by the looks on your faces, you do know something after all.
Glare at Paimon and hope she keeps her mouth shut. Wait, why wouldn't we tell them about it? Oh, is it because, oh yeah, because of Nahida, I suppose?
Paimon just meant, how creepy. The way you described it makes it sound like a ghost story.
Uh-huh.
I agree, it does. But considering that non-human races in Inazuma are by no means uncommon, spooky events are to be expected. And that's exactly what my book is about. Please, take a look.
Oh god! I don't want to read. A man arrived in Tarasuna around 3 in the afternoon. From afar he spied laborers walking along the mountain roads toward the factories, their shoes scuffing along the jutting stones. They walked like people, convinced that so long as they reached the fire raging in the mountain's belly, they might extract from it gems beyond price. The mood that the sight inspired was ineffable, beyond mere description for those not present to witness it. The man barked a cheerful greeting and sprinted to join the procession. Oh god, it's so long. It's so long. Should I really just... There, a towering character who stood half head taller greeted him with a heavy slap on the back, and yet his words were filled with respect. Do my eyes deceive me, Sir Miyazaki? I cannot think that the return trip here from Inazuma City could have been easy on you. Miyazaki smiled like a young man taking the first step on the journey. Expression relaxed. Why, Katsuragi? Inazuma is the realm of the almighty Shogun. I sailed upon the fastest ship, strode upon the swiftest sea routes. What dangers could I have possibly faced? And what about the good news? There was some, naturally. The two burst into uproarious laughter, roughhousing with the other workers until the paths end. A young man dressed in a linen shirt and wearing a headscarf gazed into the dancing flames of the furnace before him. Now the flames of a forge are unlike any other, for their intensity affects the resulting integrity of both metal and blade. So too then was the flame watcher, an unusual individual. At his fingertips sat a lizard, and on his face he wore a smile. The workshop was huge and the furnace was deeper within. A reasonable person might think that there should have been many working alongside the watcher, yet he stood alone. Only when Katsuragi and Miyazaki strode into the room did the watcher turn. This watcher was Niwa, armory officer and administrator of Tatarasuna, born to the Niwa clan, which served as one of the 3 pillars of the Ishin art. Niwa never argued with his siblings and was a worthy successor by all accounts. The post he received as a result of this high standing with those in power served as a statement unto itself. Miyazaki handed a well-bundled text to Niwa as he adjusted his expression. It is as you have said, sir. The elders of your clan in the city do not think highly of our plan, yet I still believe it to be worthy a try. As such, I have found the proper vendors and procured the materials that you requested. Niwa studied the text and nodded. We should try some of these new forging techniques, whether Karehara says yeah or nay. Oh, so they do talk like pirates. Katsuragi frowned, and with a sigh he said, Forging is a precise and difficult undertaking. You know this better than most, sirs. And still you seek improvement each day with terrifying drive. Ah, should my lord Nagamasa hear this, the sourness in his face shall be hard to miss. Niwa smiled, replying, And how goes the forging of your lord's great blade, Katsuragi? They all sound the same, I guess. Katsuragi neither wanted to shame his master nor lie to his 2 friends, and yet he could not think of any way to deflect, and so groused, I see your ears are as keen as your hands, Sir Niwa. The jokes of us unlearned men are as nothing before you. Miyazaki hid his grin. Upon hearing this, Niwa released the lizard from his hand into Katsuragi's palm. But just as more words were to be exchanged, someone came walking nearby, their footsteps light with the celerity of youth. The head that peeked in was round, and in the light of the fires looked like an oiled jewel. The young man placed some boxed food at the side, and nodding, he prepared to leave. Katsuragi cut all after him. What about your share? Aren't you going to eat it? The young man, upon hearing those words, found himself slightly at a loss. After a while, he answered, Very well. I'll try it. You're welcome to the food. We all eat the same fare, after all, Niwa said. The man nodded and left seemingly deep in thought. Extract number 2. The Kabuki Mono was by the coast. Sunset fell to the accompaniment of darkness. The bands of twilight showed themselves not far in their place did thunderclouds while grumbling the omens of a coming rainstorm. Darkness filled the flesh of the sea, and the dusk bade the clouds to kneel upon the land, its supplication mirroring the Kabukimono, with knees bent and face pointed toward the waters. None passed that way, and none knew what he was waiting for in silence. Time passed, unmeasured and uncounted, till a black cloud suddenly tore free from the sky and began to circle the Kabukimono, bearing down on him like a nightmare. Though he was not aware at first, after his studying gaze was refined by time, he understood. This cloud had marked him from the very start. Outbound, a fishing boat drew near, the light of its bow flickering in and out of sight beneath falling sheets of rain. A mist unspooled across the area, stealing sight from the fisherman. Repeatedly he exclaimed, "It is but dusk, but how are my eyes darkened? Is there anyone that can deliver my boat upon safe tides?" Wait, who said that? Okay, maybe that was not the one I was thinking of. Like a falling spear, the black cloud reached the bottom of the boat and was joined in its bereftness of direction. Like a charging beast, they plunged into the shoreline. Scant steps away, the Kabukimono stood idle, slanting his head to study the grand wreck. Not but half an arm was left of the one who had cried out for help, and with a it landed at the Kabukimono's feet. He crouched to better study the object. Wait, what? Wait, there was a severed arm? He crouched to better study the object, straining against the urge to take a bite out of it. Wait, what? Oh wait, is that... No, wait. Huh? Are they talking how he reached that island or what? Take a bite... Wait, if it was a puppet, then it would be made of wood or something, so why would you take a bite out of someone's arm? Yet he did not, for the dark cloud swirling down had already picked the remnants of the ship clean. Kabukimono stared at it blank... No, the Kabukimono is the one who's still at the shore, isn't it? Like an awakening dreamer, when he returned to himself, the clouds had scattered, as if they had never been there at all. Why would he eat an arm? What? As for the ship, could it have been struck down by a storm? Who was to know? Not the Kabukimono, which apparently is the Belladere? Extract 3. Katsuagi rushed to the doorway and shouted, "My lord! Things go ill at the furnace! I have searched for Sir Niwa, but there's no trace of him, and much time has passed since Sir Miyazaki left to seek aid, but he has yet to send us any missive. Look!" Mikoshi Nagamasa turned slowly, his face grave as one attending a funeral. He spoke then, his words heavy laden. "I wish not to say such words, Katsuragi. But Sir Miyazaki may never return." Katsuagi peered past Nagamasa's broad, stiff shoulders beyond the windows. The clouds above boiled in waves of black, as if darkness now was the only weather, and might even morph into an abyssal beast and devour Tatarasuna whole. Over 10 people had already perished. That was why Katsuragi recoiled as if struck. Yes, it was coming back to him now, in drips and drabs. That was why they had to set out to seek aid. Miyazaki had been the first to set sail. The clouds had only just begun to form then. Traveling from Tatarasuna to Inazuma to ask for support was normally no great feat, and yet there had been no sign of his return. Then a second ship was sent, followed by a third and a fourth, till the Kabukimono himself had departed upon the tides, under false skies and ominous fortunes. It had been Katsuagi who had brought him back and treated him as his own, and it pained him greatly to see the lad go, yet the situation in Tatarasuna was severe. Even should they sacrifice more lives, it would have been worth it to gain assistance from Inazuma City. Niwa was gone, and none could find him. Afterward, Nagamasa led a search party into the mountains and the area around the furnace, all to no avail. Folk began to wonder if Niwa might have encountered an accident, but worry soon turned to suspicion, and they wondered if he had fled, unwilling to bear the sin of having caused these incidents. The people grew ever more suspicious, and Nagamasa himself strained against his discontent and fury. His face had grown to resemble the rumbling clouds above. Suddenly, a figure flashed. Their presence did not go unnoticed by Nagamasa. He drew his blade and cut, though he only nicked the silken veil the intruder wore. For a moment, they swayed, and then, like a marionette pulled by strings, they moved behind Nagamasa, laughing darkly. "Are you seeking someone, my lord? Niwa, perhaps?" Nagamasa bellowed in fury. "You dare address Niwa directly?" Yet the figure parted like mist before his falling blade, only to rematerialize beyond reach, but not beyond sight. A ghastly apparition indeed. Was it you who slew my people?" Nagamasa howled and charged, held back only by Katsuragi's desperate grip. As the sense returned to him, he realized he was but an inch away from falling into the furnace. Seems that the rest of this work remains unfinished. In the existing text, however, it is apparent that this is a novel of fantastical, colorful sensibilities, born from an imagination well utilized. Well, way to pat the back of him.
Oh, and please read my essay draft as well.
Oh my god! Are you serious? No! I thought I was done! Ah! Oh, fantastic. Sorry, I have to get some water. If I have to read more of that, I have to get some water. There's no way around that. Alrighty. Let's get on with it. Details. This text belongs to a series of works sponsored by the Wahumana's Veil Cutter project. It is yet to be numbered. Author, Akaba. Abstract. Tatarasuna area has always been a major pillar of Inazuma's smithing industry. 2 incidents have occurred here. The details behind the first are vague at best. I believe, however, that there might be a hidden story behind the events that transpired. Hence, this paper will attempt to analyze what may have unfolded from the available data. Tatarasuna area, Waden Gokaden, Mikoshi Nagamasa, Kabukimono. Introduction. This paper continues and expands the work of my mentor, Mr. Rumi, in his report on the haply hidden tales of Tatarasuna, and is intended to further this avenue of research. According to the data, the blade forging technique of Inazuma were originally handed down from the Electro Archon, also known as the Raiden Shogun. Using the arts they inherited from their Archon, the people of Inazuma devoted themselves to the process of forging. However, strange rumors that do not quite fit the steely nature of metalwork yet linger about Tatarasuna, which was a central pillar of the forging industry. There, the Mikoshi and Niwa clans, along with an eccentric puppet, serve as the 3 widows of insight we need to investigate the truth behind what happened. Body. Strange notes from the Tatarasuna area. The contents are as follows. Wait, what do they mean by the puppet? Along with an eccentric... Oh, wait. 1. Perhaps I overstep, but I think that Sir Nagamasa's mood grows better when he forges blades. The obsession to cleanse the stain of the name Mikoshi must eat at him. Also, Sir this is basically, isn't it basically the same text, but one is just the facts and the other one is a story made around them? A nameless eccentric while patrolling around Natsuchi Beach. The inspector bought a certain number of jade steel ingots. Sir Katsuragi discussed matter of smithing deep into the night with the vice armory officer. The interesting thing is he seemed to have hallucinated at the surface and at the furnace and almost fell in. So the fumes must have gotten to him. Night with the vice armory. Yeah, okay. 3. We at least made a single Nagamaki. We call it the Tatara Nagamasa. The inspector was in high spirits, and he and the vice armory officer Nozumu was so taken by the beauty of the Tatara Nagamasa that he drew a picture of it, and he performed a sword dance with that wandering eccentric, which is the balladeer. And we could not find that oh yeah, number 4. And we couldn't. This is really disjointed. And we could not find that eccentric. The inspector flew into a rage and slashed Katsuragi. The great blade cut deep into the flesh, cast his own Nagamaki into the furnace's flame. Nozumu could not abide by that order and drew the completely melted weapon out of the furnace. He was horribly burned. Oh, God. Can you imagine touching half melted metal in your hands? Oh, God, you will never be able to use those hands again. Let alone, will you even have hands after that? Nozumi died that night. I dare say that while Sir Katsuragi may have committed malfeasance, it was out of the goodness of his heart. Kinjiro hid the Nagamaki and Nozumu's drawing in the arsenal. Nagamasa is harsh but also knows right from wrong. But even so, he's not amenable to reason. His name indicates one obsessed with purity. Still, I and some households of Tatarasuna have not been blinded by the matter of Nagamasa's mother, Chiyo, and we trust him. I also remain unwilling to forge the joy of creating the Daitara Nagamasa with him, and that joy of watching that nameless eccentric perform that sword dance with Katsuragi. Before we withdrew, we should have divided the arsenal key into 3 parts. One for the inspector, one for the armory officer, and one to be left in Tatarasuna itself to prevent theft. But we were in too much of a hurry, and neither the inspector nor the armory officer could be found, so I was so bold as to hide the 3 pieces within treasure chests in Tatarasuna. God, I don't want to read anymore. The 7 notes mentioned prior have been scattered across the Tatarasuna area. Among the 7 notes, 6 seem to be of good physical integrity, though they all look quite old, while the last one looks more recent. I believe that the first 6 notes and the last are of different time periods, though the gulfs in years between them needs to be verified. The contents of the first 6 should also be related to each other, as the incidents mentioned are quite consistent with one another. Rumi once mentioned in Haply Hidden Tales of Tatarasuna, hereafter known as Hidden Tales, that in the past researchers from Sumeru had investigated the cultural histories of Tatarasuna and Inazuma. Though the place has fallen into some degree of disrepair since the Hidden Tales were written, things have improved since the time when I wrote my original article. Regardless, what used to be an area of major industry remains a place most inhospitable, and residents of Tatarasuna may be found living and dwelling by the waters. The residents, when questioned, told the researcher of Tatarasuna's golden age centuries ago, when it was administered by Armory Officer Niwa, Vice Armory Officer Miyazaki, and Inspector Mikoshi Nagamasa. Yet the elders among the locals with deeper ties to the region also seemed to stress the fact that there were strange rumors surrounding their homeland's past. A great many of these rumors revolved around the yokai, who are so very characteristic of Inazuma's folk history. A small portion, however, repeatedly mentions the word puppet. It should be known that puppets are neither traditional nor common yokai in Inazuma. What were yokais again? Yokais were demons, right? This fact drew the attention of the researchers to delve further, and eventually the following pieces of information came to light. A puppet did not once appear in Tatarasuna. No, a puppet did once appear in Tatarasuna. Its visage was elegant, its apparel impeccable, and the way it dressed hid all the joint lines on its body. If no one were to mention that it was indeed a puppet, it would be hard to tell at all. Additionally, this puppet seemed to possess special joint lines that would fade with time, potentially even disappearing altogether, which would perhaps eventually make the puppet seem entirely human. The name of the puppet was known to almost none. Some folk claimed to have spotted it appearing around Tatarasuna, while others mentioned encountering it in central regions of the area. Some even claimed that it would frequent the beach. Tales spread of it standing beside the sea and gazing across the waters toward Inazuma City. What it was that the puppet was gazing at remains a mystery. He was longing for his mother, I suppose? Or he was discontent and really cursed her while he was looking out? As mentioned earlier, the 6 notes all document a certain nameless eccentric. The eccentric, which can also be read as kabukimono, is usually used in Inazuma to refer to a figure who dresses or behaves in a peculiar manner. It is understandable, therefore, why this character would have left such an impression. Should the people of Tatarasuna indeed have had a puppet in their midst, incurring mass panic, a good possibility, considering the coexistence between yokai and humans in Inazuma at large, and the puppet would have very likely become a local resident. What is less well known is if the kabukimono was just another title for this puppet. Perhaps because it was uniquely dressed to distract attention from its more special characteristics. A workable theory, but one that still lacks enough evidence to support it. Still, it can be retained as an analytical lens of sorts. A list of individuals related to Tatarasuna has been compiled here based on historical documents from Inazuma. Starting from the administrators, the records are as follows. What I wonder is, can Scaramouche eat and digest stuff? Does he have ways to dispose of that? You know, flush the dookie and all that. Armory Officer Niwa. Full name Niwa Hisahide. He was the inheritor of the... Or does he not need to eat at all? But he is a playable character now, so we can stuff food in him to heal him. So he must have some sort of metabolism. In any case, he was an inheritor of the Ishin art and successor to the Niwa clan. His family, along with the Akame and Karehara clans, were together known as the Ishin Sansaku. Records show that Niwa was a modest and intelligent individual who displayed remarkable talent in the administration of territory and people. His eventual whereabouts are unknown, but he was suspected to have left Tatarasuna with his family following the incident. Why do I have the feeling after I'm finished reading that, they will tell me the exact same thing in an abridged version? Vice Armory Officer Miyazaki, full name Miyazaki Kaneo. He was Niwa's second in command. His origins are unknown and he primarily assisted Niwa in forging and personal management. He was of affable temperament and had many friends in the region, including one Mikoshi Nagamasa. Inspector Mikoshi Nagamasa, the successor of the Mikoshi clan, adopted son to Oni warrior Mikoshi Chiyo. Oh, were they actually an Oni, or is that just a title? And the younger adopted brother to Mikoshi Michihiro, also known as Iwakura the Successor. With his mother missing and abandoned by his brother, Nagamasa alone bore the family name, striving daily to wipe the shame from their... Oh, I have to take a breath. Where was I? With his mother missing and abandoned by his brother, Nagamasa alone bore the family name, striving daily to wipe the shame from their history. The records state that Mikoshi Nagamasa was a stubborn figure. He was also noted to be a person of moral virtue. practiced forging swords for self-cultivation, and specially requested special instruction from Miyazaki to further his capabilities. However, after the famous blade, Daitatara Nagamasa, was forged, he used it to slay his subordinate, Katsuragi, for reasons unknown at present. Subordinate Katsuragi. Katsuragi's full name and background remain unknown. Despite all the materials I have sorted through, I have yet to find any more additional personal information regarding him. As one of Mikoshi Nagamasa's subordinates, he was a loyal warrior who had been saved by Nagamasa in his youth. From then on, he swore to stick by his lord through thick and thin, and to give his life in service, if it was but asked of him. Kabukimono, full name unknown, background unknown. From the many sources I have compiled, combined with Rumi's personal observations, this character might have been the puppet mentioned in the rumors. Kabukimono was a figure of fashionable grace and gentleness. According to the hidden tales, he was brought back to Tatarasuna by Katsuragi, and became a member of the community. Oh, Katsuragi was his friend, and he said for him to flee, I think, in the flashback, and Scaramouche felt betrayed, and that was one of his betrayals, apparently. Katsuragi became a member of the community. When the Kabukimono first arrived in Tatarasuna, he knew nothing of cleaning, cooking, or any work of meticulous nature. The locals taught him their skills over time, showing him how to clean his attire, dance, and craft small trinkets. Records state that the Kabukimono was there when the Daitatara Nagamasa was forged, though his trail ends before Mikoshi Nagamasa slew Katsuragi. I believe that the Kabukimono was indeed the aforementioned puppet, and that he quite likely had a hand in Katsuragi's death. Okay. Wait, so did all of Scaramouche's former friends die? No, wait, the Shogun didn't die. The first was the betrayal of the mother. The second betrayal was the friend we are reading right now about. And the third betrayal was about that child that died, I suppose. Remains okay. The rest of the page is unfinished. A lot of thought was put into it. Yep.
Sawada was encouraging me to follow his more creative approach, but I think essays should be grounded in facts. I don't think explaining everything away with mysterious forces will cut it. Oh, how about if I plug the holes in Sawada's narrative with political intrigue? Like, I could put a turf war between rival factions at the center of the whole series of events.
Wait, you're allowed to just make stuff up? Pretty sure you've gone from essay to guessay there.
Oh, nice one, Paimon. Yeah, sounds more like a novel. Has this guy ever written an essay before?
Akaba, look. Your teacher has researched this extensively. I've reached out to everyone I could think of. Whatever information we have now is all that there is to know. This is as much detail as you're ever going to get.
Well, unless we would talk about it, which we don't. Why wouldn't we? We don't reveal it because Scaramouche is in rehabilitation right now with Nahida?
Besides, if there really was a political power struggle going on at anything like the level you seem to be suggesting, what hope would we ever have of finding out the truth?
Good point. Okay, back to the drawing board, I guess. Give me some time. I need to find a new angle on this.
Well, I will leave you to it. I have to visit someone.
We have some other stuff to do, so we'll have to say goodbye for now. Good luck with your essay.
All right, thank you. If you find out any more info about all this, please do let me know. Thanks so much.
And off we go. Time to visit Nahida.
Hey, so that thing they were talking about, it has to do with the balladeer, doesn't it?
Yep.
Okay, then even if we did know something about it, we probably couldn't share it with them, huh?
Yep.
After all, we kicked his butt and got him locked up. Information about people like that is usually super confidential, isn't it?
Yep. Sounds about right.
If you ask Paimon, Akaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics as there are trees in the forest. There's no point in...
Okay, what is happening? Oh! Oh, there he is! Jesus, Skip, what's wrong?
Hey, did you see that? He literally just went by, over there. It looked like...
Ghost! Oh, there he is.
The Balladeer! No, it can't have been. He got locked up. Oh, quick, let's catch up and see.
Ooh. Wait, he's just strolling around here? I mean, that was clearly the Balladeer. How can he... When did he... Nahida? What did you do? Hello. Ah, Nahida, long time no see. Look, I brought your twin.
Traveler, Paimon, there you are.
Hello.
Nahida, bad news. We just saw the Balladeer strolling around in public.
I bet Nahida knows that, and that she told him to do that.
Did he escape or... Ah, it's him!
He still has that attire, so he still has to transform to, you know, what the current banner is.
Sure enough, you're here.
God, I wish you would keep that magnificent head.
Hey! What are you doing in the sanctuary of Surasthana? Aren't you supposed to be locked up? I know you must have a lot of questions. Please, allow me to explain. It was my idea to set the Balladeer free. We made a deal, and he's gonna do some investigation in Irminsul for me.
Huh?
A deal? Huh. You sure you trust this guy?
I saw so many cute drawings about Mommy or Auntie Nahida and Scaramouche being the pouty tsundere-like child.
What did you expect? Why do you think Sumeru would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can think about.
What? No, why would we? We don't want to kill people. We just want to put a stop to the evil doings.
But if that's the case, why haven't you done it already?
Exactly. You are the Vegeta to my Goku. It basically is that. Just that Goku tends to be more chatty. Scaramouche is the I feel like Scaramouche will be the prime example of being a Vegeta-like character from Dragon Ball.
Don't flatter yourself. It was... Nahida said there's still some mysteries in you to figure out.
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job? Guess I had you all wrong. There I was thinking you were just getting cold feet.
Oh, he really craves death, doesn't he?
Well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start. Could I ask you all to please calm down?
Oh, I am calm. I'm grinning already the whole time, you know?
But Paimon's worried about you, Nahida. Don't let him trick you.
It's not every day you see people questioning the God of Wisdom's judgment. Just when you think you've seen it all.
I mean, you barely had a life, so who are you to talk?
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us! As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal. Even with the Balladeer.
Well, I for one have no reason to doubt you. Considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the fullness of time.
I mean, we already know that the sky is a fake.
The Balladeer's power was all but completely spent after your battle. He's no longer strong enough to be a strategic threat to us. That puts him in quite a precarious position. Plus, he's a former Harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets. being stuck here in Sumeru could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Fatui plan to respond.
Wait a second. Farmer? You mean he's not a harbinger anymore?
I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
He tossed you out like trash.
Sometimes it's you using them, other times it's them using you. Most human relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. That's how it was between me and the Fatui, and also between each of the Harbingers.
That is just sad.
So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be.
Oh wow, why is the traveler so sassy today? Really, what a crying shame. I mean, Scaramouche is basically just a misled child that doesn't know much about emotions and human connections.
Well, if the Fatui are gonna reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup plan for myself.
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living beings, and you said you need protection. So, why not join forces with us?
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you? And they're your friends, so I guess you'll be siding with them.
Yeah, obviously! Nihira, don't listen to him!
Come on, you're kind of... I don't know the word right now. Dismissive. Very dismissive.
Then let's put that discussion to the side for now. We still have time.
Yeah, let's hang out with him first.
Today can be a trial run. Where we go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
All right, then I'll do what we agreed.
Good. Go now, and keep in touch.
Nihira, are you serious about this?
Yes. I have my reasons for this decision. In fact, I'm largely doing it for your benefit.
For me?
Yes. As I told you once before, there's information about your twin in Irminsul.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the whole reason we came to see you today. So, you have an update on that?
Will those two researchers come back into play again, or was that just for the lore explorers?
You may remember me mentioning that the Fatui had not included your twin's details in the Descender category. This is an extremely important point.
Yeah, why is she not seen as a descender anymore? Maybe we just hallucinated all of that. Maybe the twin is not truly a twin, but in reality it's a clone of us that was created into that. So that way she became someone so in the end the traveler is one of the only real descenders, and the twin is only actually something, I don't know, I just pulling that out of a lot of conspiracy thinking, and I don't know. I don't even know where that is coming from, but that would be an interesting take, wouldn't it? I have nothing to back that up though.
It's possible that the Fatui have other information that even I don't know about. And since the Balladeer used to be one of them, he'll be better acquainted with this information than I am. He was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him. He can still connect. The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long, even for me. So I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information, and should be able to find it more quickly.
Wait, how is he more familiar with that information? How did that... what? I mean, You didn't know about the senders before that either? And he somehow did? What if he lies to you?
Exactly! Or what if... Paimon just doesn't trust him! He's treated us as enemies every time we've run into him!
We went into him once in Inazuma. The other time in the Star event was an event and most people don't know about it. Except for when they looked it up. So technically we met Scaramouche once in Inazuma, where we got knocked out and then were saved by Ai Miko. And after that, the second time we encountered him was not even directly, only I encountered him in my mind or something like that. So when did he threaten us canonically here already so often? I mean, if you think from the perspective of a new player, you don't know where Paimon's disdain for him comes. In the event of the falling star event in 1.1 of the game, we first encountered Scaramouche and apparently he tried to kill us and Mona saved us, but then in our encounter shortly after that, he didn't try to kill us anymore and said the sky is a lie, and that was kinda it. So he was super hostile towards us once. And the other time he just seemed to have a very skewed view on some kind of friendship relationship. We were frenemies at best.
I understand. But sometimes everything is dictated by which side you're on. How things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back. And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all.
Primogems?
Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing. A feeling of being all alone in the dark, searching for the one candle whose light still burns.
Huh? Oh, that sounds so sad.
As Sumeru's deity, it is my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts you as a friend, I want to do something for you. If this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you've been longing to find, then it's worth it.
Thank you, Nahida.
It's my pleasure, really. You're Sumeru's hero. You've more than earned it.
I mean, I guess.
Paimon's still worried about this idea. Is there anything we can do to help?
I was going to contact you about that, but then you suddenly showed up on your own accord. It seems like we have a telepathic connection. In fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Balladeer on my behalf while he carries out the task I assigned. Even though he only has a fraction of his full power left, that's still a fraction of a former Harbinger. If you could accompany him, it would put my mind at ease. Of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Irminsul from the outside.
I'm glad to be able to help.
Great, thank you.
I mean, at first I didn't like her voice, but I really like this gentle voice. I really start to like it very much.
Prepare yourselves. I'm going to transport you into Irminsul.
Oh, we're going? Okay.
Wow, it looks pretty different here compared to last time.
More
The
peaceful.
colors are gentler. Guess that must be because Sumeru's at peace now.
I can't jump. What a huge tree. I wonder if it will catch on fire at some point, just like in the trailer, but people said that was just for dramatic effect and a could-be scenario. Basically a draw. Basically a draw in for dramatic effect.
Look at that. Hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh, but I guess you panicked when you realized that I might enter Irminsul ahead of you.
Nahida sent me to babysit you, sassy traveler. God damn. But again, talk, please. You could say that. You're the traveler. I'm just your puppeteer.
Shut your beak, jailbird! No way a prisoner gets to be so smug!
I mean, we are pretty snobbish right now, you know? Very smuggy and quippy and all that.
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards, but right now, I'm on temporary release. So maybe you should think about backing off a little.
Sounds like a successful rendezvous.
Mm-hmm.
I need to be quite clear about something. In a few moments, you'll be entering into the innermost region of Irminsul. It is an environment like no other, and the most important place in all of Sumeru. Unlike anywhere else, Irminsul's inner region consists exclusively of torrents of information. You must put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through. I know there are many grievances between you on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else.
Understood.
Fine, let's call it truce. But only until this mission's over.
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are gonna be traveling together after all.
God, I want that magnificent hat, but I already know that he doesn't keep it.
Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open and try not to fall behind.
You sure are confident. Paimon will give you that. You make it sound like you're even more experienced at adventuring than us.
Hot chance.
If there are no further objections, I suggest we get going.
I mean, it feels like the Traveler is way more hostile than the Balladeer right now. The Balladeer is kind of still is more courteous and all that. And I feel like we are way too hostile.
Or did you need some time to mentally prepare yourselves?
Look, he's so forward, you know? So considerate.
Ew! Ugh, the snark on this guy, it's unbearable.
There's no need for all the biting sarcasm. I don't want to say either of that, but I guess I say this one.
We can start now.
Irminsul access granted. Initiating connection procedure.
Is this a small sapling? Oh, darn it! Come on, let's catch up with him. Wow! So this is the inside of Irminsul.
It is different than what I imagined.
Ooh, Paimon's never seen anything like this. And it feels like a sacred place.
Irminsul is closely intertwined with the entirety of Teyvat. Every bit of information flowing here means something. Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything he says?
I don't feel like that.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we will now proceed to the heart of Irminsul.
Can you still sense where the heart of Irminsul is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Let's go. Stay close. Don't go running off.
This feels like we are basically going inside a computer and she is the admin basically on the outside controlling stuff.
Hey, so say we did go running off in here. What would happen?
And also this feels very much like Tron. This is how I imagine this.
What are you smirking at?
I mean, come on, give us the answer.
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and got lost. Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out. So if you want to stay safe, your best option is to stick close to me.
Alright. Well, that didn't work.
These sapling things have spread out.
Those are all packets of information from inside Irminsul. Be careful not to touch them.
Oh.
It looks the same in every direction.
The Balladeer is more used to it than I. Oh, I didn't even realize that he... No.
No wonder he mentioned about getting lost. Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth.
He has no reason to lie right now.
Me again? What is it this time?
Paimon, shut up!
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little? We're here.
What a huge tree!
This is the center of Irminsul. All the information in the world is flowing through it.
Lesser Lord Kusanali,
Good, you made it. Are you ready?
ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents. Establishing waypoint.
The Balladier's actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must want to stay alive.
He hasn't put up any resistance, and he seems good at working on the front line. Maybe he had a similar role in the Fatui? First, Akaba and Sawada's stories know this. What a strange individual.
The rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
Will do.
Huh. For once, we're the ones with nothing to do.
Traveler, Paimon, would you like to talk?
I mean... Nahida? Is this a telepathic conversation?
Yes, I've also invited Paimon to join.
What the? We can talk to each other inside our heads?
Oh god, that was a terrifying thought. If you would hear everything I would think, oh boy. But maybe only the conscious thought and not the other thoughts. So actually only if you want the other to hear what you're thinking, then it works, I guess? I'm guessing that you don't want us to disturb the Balladeer.
That's part of it. Plus, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with us talking like this once in a while.
Oh, just like a Discord chat.
Paimon's never tried this before. This is great! So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the Balladier's a bit of a walking contradiction? He's always talking back, but he seems to listen to what you say.
Yes, and he seems to excel at doing odd jobs for others.
As I've told you before, there are still some mysteries for him to resolve. Things that are clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand. Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers.
Is it about his past, the betrayals, and the other events in Inazuma? I feel like all those betrayals were all these betrayals were not betrayals at all. So what I think is the first betrayal that his mother abandoned him. I mean, she could have killed him, but she still, let's just say, loved him so much, even though he was not suited to do what she needed him to do, that she let him live and go out and explore the world. So in her own way, she did him a favor. And then there was the swordsmith friend, where he lived alongside in Tatarasuna for quite a while. And his friend found out that they wanted to lynch him, I think, something like that, that he was in danger, and told him to go away. And he crossed blades and died with a certain individual. So in a way, that friend loved him too, in a brotherly way, and tried to keep him safe by pushing him away from him and to keep him safe in that way. And the third betrayal also doesn't seem like a betrayal. I mean, he was talking to that little kid and he was closer to him because he himself was kind of like a child, not knowing a lot about the world. And I mean, they made kind of a pact that they wanted to stay together for longer, but then an unfortunate accident happened that the kid, because it's a kid, had not much of control over, and probably most adults also wouldn't have, and died, and he felt betrayed because he just doesn't understand emotions, like most people, enough that it wasn't ill will towards him. So he felt betrayed because of a very obvious misunderstanding and miscommunication and not knowing about emotions and what and how to convey them to begin with. So that's basically kind of what I think is going on. And that will probably be the revelation.
Well done. Smart and attentive as always.
Thank you. Actually, I caught a glimpse of a few things when I went into Hypatia at Party's DI. You relate what you saw in Balladier's mind.
So, you made contact with that part of his mind. Well, it's true. Betrayal turned the Balladeer into the person he is today.
Huh. Paimon thought nothing could get under that guy's skin. Turns out, he can get hurt and angry just like anyone else.
Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a puppet created by the Electro Archon.
Speaking of puppets, we ran into two people at the Academia today talking about an essay. Turns out their topic was about the Tatarasuna incident. Nahida, do you know anything about that?
If you mean the mysterious events, the Kabuki Mono and so on, yes. I know about all of that.
Really? Because from what they were saying, it sounded like lots of Tatarasuna's history is still unexplained. And most of the information we have now is just from people filling the gaps with their imagination. At least that's what they thought.
Tell Nahida about the story on the writing.
Oh? How interesting. Those two managed to deduce quite a lot through guesswork alone.
Wait, I wanna check something real quick. Check some... Oh! Yeah, I wanted to see if everything works properly. Seems like it. Okay.
So the Gase got it right?
Oh yeah, the Gase instead of an essay. Oops. Let's close this.
Well, they guessed right about one thing. Tatarasuna was sabotaged.
Must be a riveting conversation you three are having. Funny how all the good ones happen when I'm not involved.
How did he...
What makes you think we're talking to each other?
Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation.
We have every right to keep certain things confidential. I guess?
Of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
So, have you found anything yet?
Still looking. Don't get your hopes up, though. You and your twin come from outside this world. It wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing on either of you in Irminsul at all.
Wait! How did you know about that? Did Nahida tell you?
Obviously.
It's not like we've never met before. And anyway, you're world famous. It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you.
Every conversation with you is hard work, but your attitude is better than I thought. Wait, is it?
Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself. And making cordial conversation is something I can manage. Huh? Wait.
You found something.
This light. It looks similar to those saplings. What could it be?
Anonymous data.
Anonymous?
Hey, don't you forget the agreement. You have to share it with us.
Shh. Just wait.
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatara Suna's furnace, after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
Is that so? Well, since you insist.
It's...
That name, Niwa, was the man in charge of Tatarasuna. Plus he belongs to the lineage of Ishinard.
Whoa!
I have been in Tatarasuna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and indeed, everyone else.
Oh, a somewhat unique NPC.
Under your leadership, Tatarasuna is a warm, welcoming place. Like a giant village. People are gainfully employed. Their lives have purpose. They are motivated.
I really like the voice of this person, whoever it is. God, it tickles my ears.
As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma. As for Tatarasuna, it was originally established as a means of safely disposing crystal marrow. The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished, giving rise to generations of swordsmiths. Some world-renowned, others unknown, all passing on their legacy. Skills, blood, dreams. Every smith brought into this trade looks to find their purpose between steel and blade. That is why you accepted the proposal brought to you by myself and Akame.
Wow, he looks painfully generic. I see this face shape so many times. It's another Tepe replica.
Yes, well, were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, the two of you never would have joined forces. And he would be the first to admit that there's no way he could have revolutionized our forging process like this on his own. At least not on the same timescale. You allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed. He sold it to me, and now every piece of ore here is smelted using the new technique. Even now, you remain one of Tatarasuna's key consultants, working right here alongside us. I believe it is you, sir, who are truly responsible for the changes in our manufacturing and forging methods.
You flatter me. From the outset, I saw much that was commendable in the forging industry of Inazuma, and it has been my great honor to befriend you all.
So you say, Escher. But is this really the truth?
My good sir, what do you mean?
God, why does he sound so unique but look so painfully generic?
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected, because I didn't want to speculate. And I didn't want to believe that things could turn out this way. What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and casualties are up and continuing to rise at an alarming rate. And recently, as you well know, someone died because of that strange filth inside the furnace. We've kept the truth from spreading outside, but still, I suspect you understand it better than I do. None of the people who went out to get help have come back. Now, our mutual friend, the Kabuki Mono, is taking the Golden Feather to Narukami Island to seek an audience with Shogun. This is our last hope. But that doesn't faze you, does it, Escher? Nothing does. Otherwise, why would you still be standing there with that smile on your face?
Oh god, this looks so ominous.
I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so sincere. I'm sure you've been harboring these suspicions for quite some time.
Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely you, Escher. But Mr. Mikoshi is more cautious than I. He does things by the book.
After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torichio, the yokai struck down by the Shogun's own hand. If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honor, an abundance of caution is well advised.
You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine. Are you sure you're not a little overqualified?
Why, Mr. Niwa, are you suggesting I find a job as a diplomat? Sadly, I am so very attached to my craft.
Enough, Escher. I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace. And someone needs to take your new device inside the high-risk zone so we can absorb it and put an end to the problem. I'm in charge here. And I'm about to take some responsibility and head inside. Probably to my death. But what about you? What are you still doing here?
Judging from the look in your eyes, you don't seem to trust me.
I mean, he made it painfully obvious.
Drop the act. We're past that now. Whoever you are, it looks like your plan to destroy Tatarasuna has worked. I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left? Don't you have all your answers by now?
Is he about to stab him?
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment. A moment like this, where you finish talking and I stop you from entering the furnace.
Jeez.
You...
You're a little smarter than I initially gave you credit for.
Damn, they don't show blood, but they get more vicious with the cutscenes.
I thought I'd disguised myself exceptionally well, at least for the first few days. But to my surprise, you had your people look into my background right from the start. It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias, and that I was not from Fontaine at all. And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity, and what I seek in Tatarasuna.
Did you really think you would be able to see through my plan?
Wait, I know that voice. He's one of the Harbingers.
If you kill me, there's no one who can get inside the furnace. So you're really going to destroy this place? Is that it?
And why did he go alone to confront him?
Oh, but you're quite wrong. There is one other person. Some may not see him as a person, but you told him yourself. You're not a puppet. You're a human. You're just missing a heart.
Whoever you're working for won't get away with this. They'll be found out. But this makes no sense. What are you really trying to accomplish by all this? Why go to all this trouble?
It's no trouble at all. Patience is a virtue which I have in abundance. This is all part of a carefully controlled experiment.
Oh, it was the voice of the doctor, I think. I totally forgot how he sounded since it has been so long, but I think that is the doctor.
If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true identity. I'm a Fatui Harbinger. Call me the Doctor.
The Fatui? Who? What do you want?
Just to create a minor inconvenience for your nation.
That's it? That's why you gave us your cursed technology? Just to let loose the evil energy from the crystal marrow?
I mean, why did nobody question it when the accident started to happen? It seemed like you did it for quite a while without ever doing anything against it.
Look how even the righteous soul is filled with venom when faced with its demise. My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe and keeping the truth from the outside world. However, I did not make it with you in mind. It is easier for a person to be possessed by evil spirits when they are filled with hate. So give in to your fury. I want to see what happens when a malevolent heart is placed into an unsuspecting puppet. Make no mistake, even without you, that pure, innocent puppet would only end up being used by someone else instead. What other reason would a human have for befriending one who is not of our kind?
Wow.
If you give him my heart, tell him that both Nagamasa and I see him as one of us. He has nothing to prove to anyone. Because not everyone just wants to use other people. The only ones who think like that are people like you.
Oh God. Oh, very dramatic. I like it.
What a beautiful way to see the world. It almost makes me feel a little guilty. Then out of respect for you, I shall redefine myself. Think of me as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this way your death is not a consequence of your own folly turning you into an easy target. You simply lost to something more powerful than you could ever hope to defeat.
Damn, a little bit of blood would work wonders here.
I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your puppet friend become a human? No, that will prove quite impossible. Mr. Niwa? Already dead. What a pity. Jester, I have completed the task you gave me. Creating a gap and infiltrating Inazuma's inner workings. What fun it was. I'd like to introduce a puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him our newest comrade. And if not, let's turn him to dust.
Well, he was here to find something different. Very different. But he found something about himself.
Hey, are you alright?
Dottore. Dottore! Good. Good.
Did you realize the good and the bad, right?
Was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic from Fontaine?
He was the one behind the Tatarasuna incident. But I don't remember a demon.
But why did we see things from his perspective?
When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read this memory in his mind. You have to admit, it must be the truth.
Maybe so, but it means nothing.
What do you mean it means nothing? It should mean something to you.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you. He never meant for you to be the one to take the device into the furnace. You know very well what that means, even more so than I.
This betrayal was a lie that he has believed for hundreds of years. Was this part of the doctor's experiment? If the betrayal never happened, it existed only in his imagination. But where does this leave him?
Let's give him some space. He looks really mad. Paimon doesn't want to be anywhere near him right now.
Oh god, but he needs the consolence, doesn't he? Let's go over there.
We need to give him some time to process his emotions.
Paimon's still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So, the doctor was behind it, but why has that gotten him so worked up?
Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon. It's natural that you find it difficult to understand. Perhaps he needed to learn this someday. So now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the kabuki mono to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, the doctor showed up, disguised as the mechanic from Fontaine. And that's when the trouble began. It was all a horrific experiment planned by the doctor. Everything he did was just to plant seeds of disaster in Inazuma that would bear fruit in the future. Of all the unwitting participants in the doctor's experiment, the balladeer became the main test subject. After the events you just saw in that memory, the doctor put Niwa's heart into the device and handed it to the balladeer. Then, he instructed him to enter the furnace and absorb all the filth caused by the smelting process. The load was far beyond what he expected, but the balladeer survived. He left the furnace in sheer exhaustion and said to the mechanic, "This device seems to have protected me. What's in it?" The mechanic answered, "Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but he left you a gift. He said it's the one thing that you've been looking for." He took it straight from the chest of one of his innocent servants. The mechanic removed the withered heart from the device as he spoke. The balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he'd been longing for his entire life. A heart acquired through cold-blooded murder is a cursed thing, but it has protected him from the filth.
Wait, that's why he... Wait, that's why he wasn't possessed by a demon spirit? Such an unthinkable part of the thing.
He thought Niwa had completely betrayed him, and yet this very betrayal had ensured his survival. Overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, the balladeer threw the heart to the ground and left Tatarasuna without looking back.
Holy moly. So the doctor killed an innocent man and pinned everything on the victim? That's terrible.
Being betrayed and abandoned by a close friend is sure to cause great resentment. Now we know what was behind his decision to take revenge on the Weiden Gokaden 100 years ago. But it doesn't mean that vengeance was the right decision.
Yes. Only if he understands this can he choose a new path forward.
I'm still confused. What was the Gokaden thing?
Dottore, you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
Shall we see how he's doing? Hey, you alright? That's a scary expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend.
I mean, you know, we just want to make sure this doesn't affect the plan. No, come on, Traveler, don't be so cold-hearted.
It won't. I'll keep my end of the deal.
Hey, are you investigating the stuff we want to know about?
That's why we're here. But unfortunately, there's no information about the Descenders in Irminsul.
But how do we even know about the Descenders if the information is not even in Irminsul?
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders. Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Teyvat.
Oh, right, that bullshit.
Oh, does that mean we have to leave empty-handed?
But his sister is not a Descender. Not unexpected, but still, thank you.
Don't thank me just yet. You look really upset. Well, since Irminsul was a dead end, I guess I can share some other info that might interest you.
Wait, but I thought she wasn't a Descender, so she should be recorded somewhere.
Huh? About what?
The reason why there are records about your sister in Irminsul. It might have something to do with Conria. Apparently, Conria was her first destination when she arrived in this world. Plus, she only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
The heavens responded?
Huh?
The Jester told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Conria, and lived with your sister for a time.
The Jester? Another Fatui Harbinger?
I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about this. Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes. Astonishing news.
Is it though?
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul, but was it valuable?
Very valuable.
Oh, look at him smiling.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
Huh? What have you done?
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. Even if I use all of the divine power left in me, I can't sustain this shield for very long. I shared a secret with you, and now you owe me. So in return, I'd like you to answer a question for me.
What do you want to know?
Give me your hand. Can you hear my voice inside your head?
Are you trying to brainwash me?
No, I can't do anything like that anymore. At most, all I can do is exchange a few words with you. So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past?
No, you can't change the past. You can only change what you do from this point onward in the future. Wait, is there a way to change the past? Wait, why would you ask that?
Done.
Huh? What the? What happened? Paimon only saw you hold hands for a second.
Oh god, the shippers will go wild on that one.
Nothing. I was just thanking him for helping me.
Wait, so the Traveler knows something. That exclamation mark confirmed basically for Scaramouche that there is a way to change the past. Wait, that look, did you see me hesitate? That was because I know about Greater Lord Rukadevata. Oh, why? Uh-oh, I think by not denying it immediately,
I suggest you get yourselves out of here quickly.
Wait! I didn't even press anything! What the fuck? I couldn't read that fast. If you don't give the bloody Traveler a voice, then at least give me enough time to read, for God's sake. But yeah, but I guess he was really just thinking, well, his hesitation was seen as affirmation for his to strengthen his belief in something that is not actually possible. Kinda? It's not quite that simple.
Where are you going? Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
Peladia, stop!
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again. From this day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabuki Mono will cease to exist. Those who died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
Hey, Balladeer! Don't do anything stupid!
You know, I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance. And I enjoy nothing more than to stamp them out like the pests they are. But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone. Luckily, everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all.
Balladeer! Balladeer! Uh-oh, he disappeared. Come on, we gotta find him somehow.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, he's really gone.
Why is Nahida silent about this?
Oh, can you hear me?
Oh.
Nahida!
Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
It was the Balladeer's fault. He shut you out.
I didn't think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left. Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took everything he had?
Where the heck did he go? Ugh, it's all our fault. We were supposed to keep an eye on him. Sorry, Nahida.
Don't be. It's not your fault. Please, let me handle this from here, even though I'm not sure I can solve it. We're running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of Irminsul as soon as possible.
We're
out! And we're at, an inn or something?
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you.
No, I want to help.
I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with. Leave this one to me.
An emergency? How bad is it? Nahida, will you be okay?
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances, it won't lead to a disaster. Please rest and recover your strength here until I say it's safe.
Her voice has gone. Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has happened. What do you think the Balladeer meant? And why did he suddenly grab onto you before?
Paimon doesn't remember Greater Lord Wugadavata, and the Balladeer's question was a strange one. It's hard to explain in full, and the truth might be very distressing for Paimon. Let's skip the part about Greater Lord Wugadavata for now and focus on the Balladeer.
He wants to change the past? But surely that's impossible!
It's not easy, that's for sure.
Right! You can't just rewrite history. All that stuff happened already in real life. It's like, imagine Paimon drank all the water in this inn. Even if no one was there to see it, Paimon would sure as heck remember drinking it.
A great example?
So, why does Paimon still have a bad feeling about this? Paimon can't help but feel scared about what he might do. Oh, Paimon's so confused.
Maybe he wants to erase himself from history.
Huh?
Whoa. Are you okay?
Sorry, Paimon accidentally...
Not necessarily, but maybe.
Uh-oh. Paimon's head is overheating from trying to understand what he's up to. And it's still not working. Ugh. Paimon's had it with that little brat. He's been nothing but trouble ever since we met him. There's no way he'll actually succeed, right? Otherwise, won't everyone who's connected to him be affected too?
Wait, I have to actually look up the Tatarasuna incident. I have the feeling I should be knowing something. Yeah, Tatarasuna is that. Mikage Furnace. Smelting facility surrounded by jagged rocky terrain. Trivia. Common enemies, lore. Rather aged notes. I am so confused. Oh, don't know enough. I'm not. I feel like they expect you to know some kind of the lore, and I would like to see how many times did the Balladeer appear. How many times did Scaramouche appear? Let's see. Appearance. Having a slender figure used for attire prefatory life. By heirs tested to the technology. Tatarasuna. The Archon Quest, Chapter 2, Act 3. What is this? Meeting up, he tells. Batuku, Thunder Nacho. Meets with Miko. Yeah, the first time we met him was doing Inazuma. Officially met him in an Archon quest. Chapter 3, Dreams, Emptiness and Deception. We have Scaramouche memory. Speaking yeah, we in the Archon quest, which is what everyone sees, we didn't even see him. We first encountered him in Inazuma. Well, I mean, according to the Archon chapters. And then we met it, and then we saw him in Sumeru. So all this animosity for anyone who has not looked into lore or has not looked into past events, it's just confusing why they are so super hostile, other than that he tried to become a god. The unreconciled star? And then there was Hues of Violet Garden. The palace died in black. Flashback? Ah, yes, this one. Yeah, it all makes not enough sense. Indeed, if the Balladeer does erase himself on Irminsul, many people in Inazuma will be affected. I can't imagine what that situation would look like. Worst case scenario, it will affect everyone with a connection to the Weiden Gokaden. Who? I don't even know who the Weiden Gokaden is. They haven't really established that. Weiden Goka... There, the Weiden Gokaden. The Weiden Gokaden were 5 bladesmithing schools and Inazuma's weaponsmith. Oh! Okay, now I know what it is. It's a smithing association. Ayaka Ayato, will this mean that... Wait, what? It will affect everyone's connection to the Weiden Gokaden. Ayaka Ayato, will this mean... Why would they disappear?
There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what we should do next? Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But Paimon's still so worried. Paimon won't be able to sleep a wink tonight.
Me neither.
So, how about, we list all our favorite foods to take our mind off things? Heck, if that doesn't work, Paimon's probably gonna collapse of anxiety here. Alright, Paimon will start. First dish. Munstack grilled fish. Oh, and chicken mushroom skewers. Tea break pancakes. Cream stew. Sauteed matsutake. And Dragon chili chicken. Almond tofu. Satisfying salad. Oh, also Adeptus Temptation. Golden shrimp balls. Triple layered consomme. Lotus seed and bird egg soup. And...
What happened? Paimon, what's wrong?
What was Paimon supposed to be doing just now? Paimon was, talking? Huh. Paimon suddenly can't remember what she was talking about. What was it again?
You were getting so worried about the situation with the Balladeer that you started listing foods.
The Balladeer?
Oh, he already erased himself.
Is that a food too? Huh. Weird name though.
And the traveler is not affected because he is not from this world. Uh-oh. 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 Paimon doesn't remember the Balladeer? That must mean he actually pulled it off? But how did he have that ability? That doesn't make sense.
What's wrong? Your eyes are like saucers. Was it something Paimon said?
No, it's nothing.
So, the Balladeer. Is that someone's name? 'Cause it sounds like a nickname or something.
If this is really happening, I need to know what else has changed. Paimon, come with me.
Okay, sure. Where are we going?
I want to go back to Inazuma.
Huh? Fine by Paimon, but is everything okay? You're acting like this is an emergency.
No, it's not the time to explain. Let's get over there first. Ooh, this is getting interesting. Alright then. To Inazuma we go!
We've made it to Amanoma Smithy.
Ah, it's been a while.
Pardon me, I'd like to ask a question, if I may.
Of course. Go ahead.
About the Weiden Gokaden, could you tell me the story one more time?
No. Now there's a question I wasn't expecting. Very well. I'll tell you what I know once more. The once renowned Raiden Gokaden, comprised of 5 branches. Amenoma, Futsu, Ishin, Hyakume, and Senju. The art of forging practiced by these 5 clans was first taught to them personally by the almighty Shogun. Over time, the 5 branches diverged from one another as generations of bladesmiths honed and perfected their craft until they became 5 distinct traditions. Most of the great swordsmith clans of old have since fallen into decline, and for a long time, only the Amenoma branch kept its art alive. But fortunately, Kaedehara Kazuha recently returned to Inazuma and took up the mantle of the Ishin art. Now, 2 clans remain of the original Gokuden 5. If my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged the Ishin blade.
Oh, yeah, we were! Paimon remembers that now. We learned a bit about the decline of the Raiden Gokuden then, too. It seems like such a shame.
What was the reason behind the decline?
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed. In fact, this was not made known to me for most of my life. All these years, I knew of those great clans' demise, but never the cause. Only recently, when the question was on my mind, did I ask Kaedehara Kazuha about this. He told me that, as we are both heirs to a branch of the Raiden Gokuden, it was right that I should know the truth. There is no harm in telling you, but I must warn you. It is a dark and sorrowful tale. The Raiden Gokuden were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Vengeful? Why?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic malfunction in Tatarasuna's furnace. One brave swordsmith heard the commotion and chose not to flee, but he rushed to the scene, hoping to prevent a disaster. Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation in that day, and overseeing it was the armory officer. His surname was Niwa, though he had family ties to the Kaedehara clan. Knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives, Mr. Niwa and the swordsmith leaped together into the furnace. The furnace quickly stabilized, but neither of them made it out. The smith's death, though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family's fortunes. His orphaned son was left to fend for himself, and grew up deeply resentful at the world. In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. He hated the almighty Shogun for her apparent indifference towards his father's death, and he hated everyone who had done nothing to try and save him. Powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had to pass on to his children was his hatred. Generation after generation bore this grudge, living in utter misery. Alas, if only the story could have ended there. But 100 years ago, the then head of this family reached the end of his wits. He could bear their fate no longer, and yet he could do nothing to change it. Finally, he made a drastic decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokuden. In doing so, he sought to vent his pent up anger and shake the very foundations of Inazuma's forging industry. In his fury, he murdered indiscriminately, killing even bladesmiths from the Hyakume clan, which he belonged to. His goal was absolute, the devastation of all of the Raiden Gokuden.
I don't remember that at all, so I guess that's different. But then again, I have very fuzzy memory about that.
But when he came to the Kaedehara and Kamisato clans, his killing spree came to an abrupt end. He failed to catch them unawares. They fought back fiercely, and they did not spare his life. That is why the Kaedehara clan and their Ishin art survived that day. I suppose they were the lucky ones, under the dire circumstances.
Legend of the Wangukatan has changed. Someone else attacked the swordsmith. It looks like the balladeer did something in Irminsul, but it seems Niwa still died.
Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Have you seen Kazuha recently? Oh yay, Kazuha!
Kazuha? Why, yes. Just yesterday, in fact. We spoke for a while over some tea. He seemed well.
Phew, so he still exists, and he's the same Kazuha I know. Things don't seem as bad as I feared last night. That's all, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Don't tell Paimon. There are other places you want to visit too, right? Your expression says it all. You can't hide anything from Paimon. On to the next stop. Lead the way, traveler. Paimon will be right behind you.
Is it just me, or is her voice a little crackly? Maybe that's just my connection. Look! Kazuha's right here! The Yashiro Commission. That is Ayaka. It's kinda cool that this is how we actually meet again some of the earlier characters.
We're here! This is the Yashiro Commission's headquarters, so...
Traveler, it's been a while.
Hello.
If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid your timing is unfortunate. They're not here right now.
Are they out on business?
The Commissioner is out on business, and Miss Kamisato is standing in for some meetings in the Commissioner's place. If it's urgent, you're welcome to wait inside until they get back.
What do you think? Shall we go in?
Thank you, we'll take you up on that offer. Can we take a walk in the courtyard?
If it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it. But seeing as you're so close with the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I think it should be okay.
We'll be heading in then. Thanks!
Well, still famous.
Hello, dears. Is there something you want to say?
Ma'am, can I ask you a couple of questions?
Of course, traveler. Yes, I know who you are. Miss Kamisato has told me about you. What would you like to know?
How are the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato these days?
Oh, they're both very well indeed. Lately, Miss Kamisato has been rather busy attending all kinds of meetings and occasionally paying visits to some local organizations on the Commissioner's behalf. As for the Commissioner himself, well, you know, busy as ever. That much hasn't changed. Although he does seem to be in a rather good mood these days.
So pretty much business as usual in the Yashiro Commission, huh?
Very much so.
It's still the Yashiro Commissioner, Ayaka's still the lady of the house, no change there. As far as I can see, nothing changed in the Yashiro Commission either. I mean, I guess, why would he erase other people? I mean, I think he just wants a fresh start, a new lease in life, without the baggage he had from the past. You know, that people may or may not know that he is from the Fatui, and that he did all this in Sumeru. And, I mean, not a lot of people know it. And that the Faturis don't know who he is either anymore. I was expecting as much, but it's still a big relief to know that the Kamisato siblings are both safe and well.
Well, got any more questions?
That's all for now, many thanks.
You're very welcome. In fact, I would love nothing more than for you to come and visit more often. But I'm sure you must be far too busy to have time for that. Miss Kamisato talks about you all the time. She seems so thrilled to have you as a friend, and she's always saying how talented you are and how much she admires you. I must say, many things in Inazuma seem to have taken a turn for the better since you arrived here. So you're not just Miss Kamisato's knight in shining armor, you know. You're a hero to us all.
I am flattered.
I mean it. Whenever the commissioner dines at home, Toma always joins him. I always find myself at my most relaxed when I'm serving the two of them and listening to them chat away. The commissioner has such a busy schedule that he doesn't always have the chance to take his meals at home. But given the opportunity, he always prefers to dine here. They say it's because Toma's a much better chef than most. Oh, the commissioner is so fond of home comforts. They get to talking about you sometimes too, you know. Always with a very fond tone. The way one would talk about dear old friends around whom one can truly be themselves. Miss Kamisato occasionally joins them as well. Whenever the whole family gets together and they start talking about people they've met and experiences they've had, you always get a mention.
Could you talk any slower?
It's been many years now since the late Mr. and Mrs. Kamisato passed away. Much has happened in the Kamisato clan in that time. As someone who is old and gray enough to have watched their son and daughter grow up, it makes me so happy to see them meet a dependable friend whose company they enjoy so much. So, in the future, if you ever do have the time, please know you are always very welcome at the Yashiro Commission headquarters. There will always be at least one old lady who would be delighted to have the pleasure of your company.
Thank you. The people of the Kamisato clan are very dear friends to me.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Paimon likes it here too. Also, you were saying something about the food here being really great. Paimon's itching to try it. We may just have to invite ourselves around for dinner sometime. Paimon meant we should come pay a visit again real soon. Ideally around dinner time.
Of course. You're always welcome.
Alright, goodbye for now. Where are we going next?
Tatarasuna.
Great! Goodbye, ma'am! Don't worry, we'll see ourselves out.
All right, then. Take care now. Hope to see you soon.
That was so exasperating listening to her.
Oh, are you two leaving already?
Yep, everything's taken care of now. Don't worry.
Very well. Safe travels. Goodbye.
I bet Ayaka's devastated that we didn't stay for dinner. Hello.
Well, here we are. But what are we looking for? Something or someone?
Do my eyes deceive me, or is that the Traveler and Paimon?
Xavier, what are you doing here?
Wait, I thought he was called Xavier.
I was in the general area, and now I'm in this specific area. There, that's me. So what about you two?
We have some questions and thought you might be able to help.
Do you know much about the Tatarasuna?
Certainly do. I've researched the furnace here in some depth. If there's anything you want to know, just ask away.
How well do you understand the history of this area?
Like the back of my hand? Make no mistake, I have been here a good many times before.
Didn't we do this one long-winded story quest with him?
Not only that, but I've met people in Inazuma whose families used to live in Tatarasuna years ago. They said it's all true, the history here.
Go on, I'm listening.
Oh, well, it's a long story, don't you know? The tale of Tatarasuna starts a long time ago. I'm told that its history is one of the most foremost forging and smelting operations in the nation. Goes back around 1,000 years. Still, the furnace has had a couple of serious maintenance issues along the way.
A couple? When exactly?
One was just in the last few years, the other was several hundred years ago. A fun fact, I'm not the first Fontaine tech guy to come and work on it either. There was a guy back then too. They say he was a mechanic who consulted on a technology upgrade. It seems like the technological collaboration between our two nations goes back a long way. How about that?
Mechanic, huh? Looks like the doctor still sabotaged the furnace, leading to all the ensuing chaos.
Hey, weren't you gonna ask Xavier something about Tatarasuna? Come on, ask already.
I am.
Oh, I didn't realize you two were here for a history lesson.
Me neither. Paimon doesn't know what's gotten into this one today. Feels like we've been preparing for a history exam or something.
What brought this on? Did you just wake up today with a sudden burning desire for historical knowledge?
Pretty much. So can I ask one more question?
Sure, go ahead.
Have you ever heard of a kabuki mono connected to Tatarasuna?
A kabuki mono? No, I can't say that I have. I do know the word, Inazuman for those eccentric types who always go around dressed to the nines. Just the sort of person that I'd like to meet, actually. But sadly, I've never had the pleasure, nor have I come across anything to do with a kabuki mono where Tatarasuna is concerned.
So there's no more kabuki mono. Did the balladeer really manage to erase himself from history completely? If so, he must have wanted to change the world and revert everything back to the way it was. But so far it looks like the majority of changes have only affected himself. Thank you, Xavier.
Of course! Don't
Xavier.
mention it.
Oh, we're leaving? Okay, bye, Xavier.
Oh, you're most welcome. More than happy to help.
Oh, maybe it's pronounced like that because French.
Farewell.
Looks like you got all the information you're looking for.
Time to go back and see Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Sure, but what's up with you today? Whatever it is, it seems like it's really troubling you. Keep your smile, Spinal Crocodile. No matter what happens, Paimon will always be there for you.
Spinal Crocodile. Alright.
Come on, you gotta keep it together. Why don't you grab something to eat? You can't go facing life's challenges on an empty stomach. Alright, let's head off and go meet Nahida.
Alright. And all the way back.
Hey, it's them!
Akaba, Sawada, you're still here?
Are you still talking about the essay?
Indeed we are. If you have a moment, we'd love for you to join us once more.
No, I don't want to read this again.
We have time. What do you want to talk to us about?
It's the same topic we discussed last time. Obviously.
Still looking for more info about Tatarasuna, huh? Should we join them?
Perfect. These two have researched Tatarasuna's past. Let's hear what they have to say.
Unfortunately, we haven't made any real progress.
The article that you let me read last time was great. Can I read it? Can I read it again?
Oh, of course.
Oh God. Sponsored by the oh God, no. Oh. Oh, they actually mark the things that are different. Okay. A great many of these rumors revolved around the yokai, who are so very characteristic. Small portion have repeatedly mentioned the word outsider. It should be known that the appearance of such a character who is suspected to be based on a real person is a very curious case. The researcher should delve further, and eventually the following piece of information came to light. A former mechanic once visited Tatarasuna. The reason for his immigration was to exchange knowledge and forge ties with the locals. The mechanic seemed to behave suspiciously, often wandering around essential or restricted areas. To turn him away, they would only earn incomprehensible mumbles from his lips. The mechanics often stared to the furnace, seemingly to check on its condition. Unsettlingly, he also spent a substantial amount of time watching the local residents. Judging from the era, it was not uncommon to see cross-cultural exchanges of technical knowledge in places such as... Traveling across the tides, foreign experts being welcome was likely not unreasonable. Yet calamity came not long after this exchange of knowledge, which hints at high potential for causation between these events. However, some current residents believe that these assumptions were merely the results of their forebears' overactive imaginations attempting to theorize how things actually unfolded. The mechanic. Long have I delved through many texts and documents, but I was ultimately unable to decipher even a specter of a clue as to his background. Still, mentions of the mechanics grew scarcer in the aftermath of the Tatarasuna incident. I speculate that instead of the mechanic possibly being a figure woven from overripe imaginations, he actually did exist and perhaps even had a hand in the events that took place in Tatarasuna. The rest of this paper remains unfinished. One thing... Okay.
I presume you'll want to read mine as well. Here.
Niwa, the jokes of your men are so nothing with... Miyazaki hid his grin. Upon hearing this, Niwa released the lizard from his hand into Katsuragi's palm, but just as more words were to be exchanged, someone came walking nearby, the footsteps steady and confident. The head that appeared by the door was that of one from abroad. The newcomer placed some lunchboxes to one side and ordered a maid to leave. After him, "Sir, what about your meal? Are you not hungry?" The man smiled upon hearing, "I already ate. I hope that you, my lords, may also find time to sate your hunger soon. Your guest, sir. To see your help in these trifling matters fills me with embarrassment." Niwa said with sincerity. The man smiled as if it was no matter. Then with a nod he departed. Like a falling spear, the black cloud reached the bottom of the boat and was joined in its bereftness of direction. Like a charging beast, they plunged into the shoreline. Scant steps away, the mechanic laughed, slowly approaching the grand wreck. Not but half an arm was left of the one who had cried out for help. With a plop it landed at the mechanic's feet, who crouched to better study the object, sweating against the urge to take a bite. Wait, so they were not... So it was it not the balladeer to begin with who wanted to take a bite out of the arm, but this mechanic? That over the dark cloud swirling down had already picked the remnants of the ship clean. Then a second ship was sent, followed by a third and a fourth, who left to seek its salvation. Bleak fortunes that they should not have risked anyone else, but the situation was severe. Gain aid from Inazuma even should cost of more lives. Content has changed. Another effect of tampering with the information in Immense Soul. The balladeer said he'd erased 2 of his names. If he really succeeded, it must have taken all of his might, but still.
Well, what do you think?
A masterpiece.
Hey, Traveler. Remember how last time Akaba was saying how he wished he could gather more information about all this? Well, we just got back from Inazuma. So how about we tell them what we learned?
Sure.
What did you find out? Something big?
It's a long story. Basically, we have some friends in Inazuma, and...
Ah, yes. You tell the 2 writers about everything.
Wow. So many new details. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Well, well, so it all comes down to one man's desire for revenge. Huh. You heard this from a member of the Armanoma clan, you say? Then I guess it must be true. Ugh. So there's no ghost story here after all.
This new information actually lends further credence to my hypothesis. Evidently, swordsmiths were seen as having an incredibly prestigious role in society those days, to the extent that harming them was conceived of, at least by the perpetrator, as a way of exacting revenge against those in power.
Yes, okay, point taken, you were right. But that doesn't mean I can't carry on with my novel.
And they're back at it. These guys are really into this.
We've got some things to take care of. Bye for now.
Oh, so sorry. Look at us, prattling on about our projects and ignoring you. Thank you so much for the information.
You're welcome. See ya.
Keep us in the loop if you find out anything else.
Will do.
And to Nahida we go. Why do I have the feeling Nahida helped him?
Nahida, we're here!
Traveler, Paimon, how have you been?
Ugh, where to start? Paimon hasn't had a moment's rest this whole time. That night, we ended up chatting and chatting until suddenly the sun was up. And then he decided he wanted to go to Inazuma.
I was investigating the situation with the Balladeer.
The Balladeer? It sounds like some kind of code name.
Oh no!
You look troubled. Is there something you need to tell me?
Even Nahida doesn't remember, just like last time. Any changes to Irminsul affect her as well. The Balladeer acted quickly. He finished erasing himself before Nahida could stop him. I'm the only one who still remembers the things that were erased. Once again, I am the record keeper.
Traveler?
Hey, what's wrong? You look so upset.
There are things that have happened that only I can remember. I have to tell you the truth. The heavy heart you piece back together the story that was broken and scattered across time. Wait, even about Greater Lord Rukkhadevata? There once was one named Balladeer created by the Electro Archon. He was a puppet who lived among men. After a series of events in Tartarusuna, the Balladeer, thinking he had been thrice betrayed, left Inazuma to roam the world beyond. With no trust for humans and only loathing for the gods, he bore his grudge for years as he grew in strength, then returned to Inazuma to take his revenge. He tried in vain to become a deity with a gnosis and ended up losing everything. What do you mean losing everything? Finally entered Irminsul and learned the truth behind his betrayal. Knowing now that his entire life was built on lies, he did the unthinkable in an attempt to reverse his tragic fate.
That's quite a story. So, this puppet known as the Balladeer erased himself from Irminsul, hoping that he could change the past.
But how was he even able to do that?
Who knows?
As the Traveler said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly, I remember it a little differently. I don't recall finding anyone inside the machine after we defeated it. Nevertheless, it does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves from Irminsul, the world would change to reflect the new reality.
So, you believe this person really existed, and we just don't remember him because, well, because he literally changed the world?
What the fuck, man? How is this even possible? I should really disable the co-op thing again.
Yes. Theoretically speaking, it is possible to do this. But I'm struggling to imagine the kind of person who would dare go through with it. The traveler comes from a world beyond to that. That's why there's no information about him in Irminsul, and it also explains why any changes to Irminsul wouldn't affect him. So if there's anyone in the world capable of retaining memories from a past that has been rewritten, it's you. It's quite incredible when you think about it.
You can say that again, I guess? How did I not start to become part of this world yet?
Paimon's having a hard time understanding this balladeer guy's motivations. Why did he do it?
I can only make inferences based on the information we've been given. As for what kind of person he was, only you remember that.
I'm really not sure. We were enemies after all. I don't know his perspective on all this, so I can't say why he did something so extreme. Did he want to reset everything or save someone? Or did he want to completely undo his existence? Everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all. Maybe that's all there is to it. I still remember the question asked. He asked me specifically, and my hesitation gave him his answer. I hesitated because I witnessed Greater Lord Wukadevata erase her own existence, but I can't tell Nahida that. Put it another way, I know why the Balladeer was sure it could work, but I can't tell them that.
Something else worrying you? Something that you can't share?
I just feel empty. He chose such a radical option, and yet...
It couldn't change the fate of the ones who had died, right?
Yes.
Once the Balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely changed his view of the people of Tatarasuna. Now he saw them as friends again. He couldn't keep hating humans after that, and if he thought there was a chance he could save his old friends, it would be hard not to try. The story makes sense, every part of it. The Balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the doctor's help. He was unsuccessful, but retained the power to connect with Irminsul. That power then enabled him to change what was recorded in Irminsul and erase himself, even though he didn't have much strength left.
Wait, but Greater Lord Wukadevata was erased completely, so how does he still exist then? I mean, you know, we know he still exists, so his banner basically gives away the ending. Since otherwise we could hypothesize that he ceases to exist, just like Greater Lord Wukadevata, and that would be a pretty good plot twist, if not for the fucking banner actually spoiling that he's still alive.
Yeah, it does make sense, but it still ended in tragedy for his friends. It just feels so hopeless. He gave everything to do this, but it seems like he got nothing in return.
Yeah, he changed the world in many ways, and yet the dead still didn't get its second chance. Those fated to a tragic end could not be saved. What exactly did he want to fight back against? The betrayals in his life? Or did he wish he never existed at all?
Please wait a moment. I want to check something. Found it. This should be the one. It turns out that I have a strange way of confirming everything he has told us.
What is it?
A record from a personal collection. It was tucked away in a corner. You should take a look.
Surprisingly, it's put you in a way that resembles a fairy tale.
Is this a fairy tale? Who wrote it?
This matches everything I said. Huh?
I authored this record myself.
Huh? You wrote a fairy tale that somehow has something to do with the Balladeer?
When combined with the Traveler's narrative, it's clear that this story is an allegory. Everything in it is a symbol for something else.
Hold on. So this record survived from the past?
Because it was seen Because it was seen as a fairy tale and not actually something.
Yes. Any information about the balladeer or the kabuki mono in other records will have been changed. But I wrote this story in a way that means it was left intact. Changing the information in Irminsul changes to that. But Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written this story as a backup before the balladeer entered Irminsul.
Oh.
That's incredible! What a great idea! And sending the traveler into Irminsul with the balladeer must have been a further precaution. I knew he'd remember everything. This story is abstract enough that it still resonates with the present information recorded in Irminsul. But if we connect all the different pieces together, the true story that emerges is the one he told us, the now erased life of the balladeer. There was once a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. The monster lived with the family day and night, and everyone treated it as one of their own. Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. I am a monstrosity, yet they are too foolish to see it. I pity them. But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree who had been abandoned by the humans. The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur. Yet when the other foxes saw this, they spoke words of comfort to the kitten. Even without a tail and fur like ours, you are still one of us. Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sacrifice. A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us. Surely you can help us find a way to solve this." The monster smiled, led the fox toward the fire, and murdered it. The gray fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless, and pure. The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided. You are the one who must be sacrificed. Take this, quench the flames, and die for your fox kin." The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived. It left that side of the mountain and found a little bird who had a broken wing. The two promised they would spend their whole lives together, but the little bird did not have long left to live. It passed away soon after. After burying the bird, the kitten left the mountain for good.
Okay, it took me way too long to realize that the kitten is the balladeer.
Never again would it cherish a single creature, nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain. The kitten spent the nights wandering aimlessly, gnashing its teeth at the moon.
Wait, but... Wait, what? The first betrayal is missing. Those were the second and third.
How it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return to darkness, then it would finally be peaceful and content. I will become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then, no one will know that there were once birds, foxes, and cats in this world. And no one can know that they were different.
We solved it!
But the first betrayal is missing.
I remember now. This is not just the Balladeer story. It is his very own memories. I made a backup so that it would be preserved no matter what happened. To become a god, he was experimented on and modified countless times. It was brutal torture, and the only reason he was able to survive is that he was a puppet. This memory was extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves with. Creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it. That's why they backed up his memory for later use. I buried it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be altered.
It's hard to believe that this person really existed, let alone that he tried to get rid of us on more than one occasion.
What? No, that doesn't what it said at all.
Paimon has no memory of him at all. He completely vanished like a puff of smoke.
The Balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and although he was unsuccessful, he still helped you. Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail, that Conria was where your twin first came into this world. We still don't know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, but in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own Harbinger.
What? I've never had this feeling before. It feels like life is as insignificant as a feather. That seems rather harsh.
It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around. But still, Paimon doesn't like the way it all ended that much better.
This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions. We look, we see, and we comprehend, but the question still troubles us. So the answer is not everything. People yearn to find the truth and then conquer the troubles they face. When you give someone the truth, you give them a chance to choose their own destiny. To others looking on, this may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, the chance to act on his desire to disappear must have meant a lot. Never forget that even when we walk beneath dark clouds along a road filled with suffering, the light of wisdom is always there, guiding us toward a better destination. And that is what you have been doing all along.
Yeah, Nahida's right. Cheer up. How about we go get something to eat? We can pick up this heavy conversation again later.
Oh boy.
Good idea. Paimon, why don't you take him out for a walk to clear his head?
You got it! Come on, Traveler! You need to get out of your head for a while. You'll feel much better after taking a walk. Let's go get a snack from one of the stalls in the Grand Bazaar! That'll be sure to lift our spirits. It must be really tough being the only one who remembers all that. But Paimon's always here to help cheer you up.
Alright. La 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 la. I like that. This gives me the Zelda feeling for some reason. Alright, to the Great Bazaar we go.
What should we eat first?
I have a nagging feeling that there's something I'm missing, something important that I'm forgetting.
Hey, are you gonna answer or what?
So it's just give me a minute, I'm still processing.
Alright, whatever you want. Well, Paimon will be right here when you figured stuff out. Then we can get something to eat.
Come on, brain, let's dig this out. It's gotta be in there somewhere. It was something about Irminsul and deleting oneself. Red Alert Wukadavada, Forbidden Knowledge, Nahida.
What is it? Have you figured it all out?
Yes, that was it. Greater Lord Devata. She said that no one can erase themselves from existence. Oh, right! God, I forgot about that detail. No one can erase themselves from existence, not even her. Otherwise, why would she need to create her own reincarnation in Lesser Lord Kusanali to do the deletion for her? There would be no point.
Why'd you jump up all of a sudden?
Oh, that's why he's still alive. He can't erase himself. Oh, I can't tell Paimon. She doesn't know about Greater Lord Devata. But this crucially important detail, it's simply not possible for the Balladeer to completely erase his own existence, in which case, the question is, what happened to him?
Excuse me, boss. There seems to be a small problem with the last bill. Look, here.
Hello? Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, question mark?
Hey! Hey, wait!
You mean me?
No, not you. That kid! Didn't you see? Little rascal grabbed my last 2 fresh Sunsettias and ran off. Look, if you're gonna help out here, you can't keep spacing out, okay? What is it? The work's too boring for you? Or has the big city got too many distractions?
I wasn't paying close enough attention. Sorry, boss.
He seems to be too nice.
I think you're right. Maybe it's the city. It's so exciting. It can be hard to focus.
Who's that guy? You know him or something?
That guy is the Balladeer.
He's who?
You're a strange one, kiddo. You say you don't want any money for helping out here, and then when I actually give you some work to do, you keep letting yourself get distracted. I don't want to take advantage, so I'm happy to pay you what I'd pay anyone else. But if you keep acting like this, pretty soon I won't be able to afford to.
No, please. I mean it. You don't need to pay me anything. I'm just so thankful you agreed to take on an outsider like me.
You're welcome, I guess. But I got bigger things to worry about. Look, we're all out of Sunsettias, and I promised the lady down the street I'd deliver a fruit bowl this evening.
Leave it to me. I'll find some more. Just a moment. I'll be right back.
Stop. I'm gonna level with you, kiddo. I've never met a worker who said they didn't want a wage before. And at first, I got greedy. Couldn't believe my luck. But I figured you'd start asking for something in return eventually. You don't want money. You don't take days off. And in your free time, all I see you do is wander around, taking in the sights. Are you a drifter or something?
That's right, I am. We can talk more about that later. First, let me get those fruits you needed. Sunsettias, was it? I'll be right back.
Hey, what do we do now?
Let's follow him.
Okay, stay out of sight. Don't let him see you.
It's kind of weird though. He's weird. Not only is he weirdly friendly, at the same time, I mean, at the what was I about to say? He's not only weirdly friendly. I mean, he gives humanity another chance, I suppose. But at the same time, he doesn't fit with his trial version, where he still looks down upon people in a way. You know? Like, his burst, even his burst line. Makes me, I don't know, not know what to think.
Yeah, this'll do.
Even though you say he's the Balladeer, what are we planning on doing? Stealing his Sunsettias? Isn't that a bit too cruel?
Shush.
Oh, alright.
This should be enough. Guess I should wash them before I take them back.
Wait, does he already have his vision? I wasn't seeing this with my own eyes. I would never believe it.
Huh? You two over there. Is there something I can help you with? You've been following me all the way from the city. I'd have to be blind not to notice.
You're right, we were following you.
Have we met before?
Had he actually forgotten everything? Wow, this is their convenient excuse? I wanted my Vegeta character, you know? Redemption arc and all that.
No, we haven't met. But you know me?
Yes.
I have no recollection.
It's complicated, but I do know you.
Are you absolutely sure?
Sorry, but I just can't take your word for it.
I can prove it. You're a puppet.
A puppet? What makes you think that?
Huh?
You were right. The look on his face.
I guess you do know me after all. That is not something I share with a lot of people. Look, I'm just a wanderer. But seeing as you've gone through all this trouble to track me down, I'm sure whatever it is must be important.
There's somewhere I want to take you.
Okay, but please let me deliver these goods to my boss first.
Are you really working for that guy? He said you don't want any more for it. Is that true?
Yes, I ran into him out in the wilderness during a storm, and he let me take shelter in his cart. In return, I said I'd be his helper for a while.
That's oddly nice of you.
Let me take these back. Then I'll come with you, okay?
Alright.
Then let's return to the city.
God, I like his arm sleeves. Where does this weird personality of him come into play?
Time to go.
The weird personality of his. Where does that come? I mean, he seems so nice now, so his whole character, his whole character in...
Follow the wind.
His whole character... I can't put it into words right now, but the whole characterization when he fights does not match how nice he is right now.
Here you go, boss. I'll leave them right here.
Oh, you really went and picked some more. Who are these two?
Something's come up, and they need to borrow me. Sorry, boss. I'm afraid I'll be away from the stall for a while.
I was just about to pay you anyway. Go wherever you want, kid. Don't waste your time here.
What?
I get it, okay? You just wanted to help me out, to thank me for giving you shelter from the rain that day. Even then, I don't understand why you're so adamant that you don't want any pay for it. But look, it was pouring down, and there you were, sauntering along without a care in the world, like you had nowhere to be and didn't even care that it was raining. Imagine you were me for a second. It's a little weird, right? Why is this guy traveling during a rainstorm if he's not trying to get somewhere? And why is he taking a shortcut through the open country if he's not even in a hurry? But anyway, taking you in didn't put me out even slightly. You don't owe me a thing for it. Certainly not all this. Your time is valuable. You know, you should go live your life.
But I don't...
He doesn't have a life.
No, you're right. Then I suppose this is where we say goodbye. Thank you again for taking me into the city.
Don't mention it, kiddo. I've run into all kinds of characters over the years. I just hope you find your path.
Maybe this is all an act.
Thank you.
And he's getting really angry outside.
All right, done. Thanks for waiting for me. We can go now.
Where exactly are we going? Oh yeah, the Sanctuary of Sudasthana. Going back to Nahida. God, the Archon quest is really taking long. Well, they're always taking long. But I'm more confused than anything.
What's wrong? Huh? Are you?
Hello. I do apologize for the sudden intrusion.
We found this guy in the street, but he doesn't seem to remember anything. So, yeah, quite an eventful walk.
Tell us about what happened in the Grand Bazaar.
You say that you are trekking across Teyvat to train yourself. Many other Inazumans who describe themselves in this way call themselves Shugenja. Why do you refer to yourself as a wanderer?
Well, it seems more relevant in my case. To me, it sounds like a plant with no roots. But these two claim that they know me, and that I have a hidden past unknown even to myself.
I wouldn't call it the past, but rather... this is a difficult one to explain. I don't like to rely on using terms like this often, but in your case, it seems that it ought to be called previous incarnation.
Oh, like a past life or something?
Yes, something far more distant than the past. So far away that you cannot perceive it.
Okay, I have to ask. What was I like in my previous incarnation? Oh, okay. I see. You want to tell me, but you can't bring yourselves to say it. Looks like I didn't have the most wonderful existence in my previous incarnation.
We're just trying to think where to start.
If it's that difficult to talk about, I have no doubt it will be just as difficult to hear. But I'll be able to handle it. Please, tell me the truth.
Is truth something you care a lot about?
Yes.
Then I'll be straight with you. In your previous incarnation, you did many things that would be considered evil. You nearly died because of what other people did, and many died because of you. As a non-human being, you hated gods and humans alike.
Did he kill a lot of innocents? I don't remember that at all.
You drifted from place to place, never able to settle, even where you found status and identity. You adamantly believed that you were missing a heart. Actions rooted in persistence sometimes bear bitter fruit. Sometimes, you have to let parts of yourself go, or you'll never be happy.
Oh, and that's exactly what he did.
I gave everything I had, but it barely changed history at all.
In terms of the outcome alone, that's true.
I don't think I can judge everything I've heard purely in terms of right and wrong. Each choice a person makes belongs to a specific place and time, a chain of cause and effect, a cycle of karma and consequence.
That is the nature of truth. If one thing is right, its opposite must be wrong. And yet, dichotomies like this are not enough to explain the world in all of its complexity.
It seems like my previous incarnation wasn't the most likable individual.
He doesn't have a vision yet, does he?
We're not trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but yeah, we weren't your biggest fans.
We were each other's enemies.
If we were enemies, why are you trying to help me find the truth?
This is so frustrating! This guy's supposed to be our arch enemy, but now he's just some random stranger we met on the street! He's got so much to answer for, but we can't make him talk because he doesn't remember anything. What a weird situation.
But nobody else remembers it either, so...
Lesser Lord Kusanali, as the god of wisdom, I trust that everything you told me must be true.
Yes, it's all true. I can even show you the memories themselves, if you're willing.
Please, I want to see them for myself. I want to experience my own transgressions.
Even though it will cause your present self great mental anguish?
I'm just a puppet, with no heart and no name. There is nothing in this world for me to cling to. to fill the void within me. Except maybe these sins that can never be undone.
I mean, they have been undone. Mostly.
Very well. As you wish.
Wait, shouldn't we go with him? This one's kind of on us for bringing him here.
Don't worry. Whatever danger I might face, it's my burden to bear.
Traveler, could I ask you to supervise him on my behalf?
Okay.
Oh, good point. Given your, unique situation, we'd better keep an eye on you.
Understood.
Thank you. Now, prepare yourselves, everyone.
No matter what lies ahead, I'll face it. Whatever it takes. I'm just sorry that you have to join me for the whole thing.
It's time to get ready.
Ugh. I mean, he doesn't seem to have a vision yet.
This looks like Inazuma.
Right now, you're in a dream I created using information extracted from your memories. These memories will show you the raw truth, but be aware that enemies may react just like in the real world. Please be careful.
Sounds like an immersive experience. It's a good thing we came along.
You don't need to do this for me. I don't deserve your protection.
We never give up halfway. Well, we had to once, but that was your doing.
Now we're just finishing the job.
All right. Thanks.
Wanderer, this is the Shake Pavilion. In your Balladeer incarnation, this is where the Electro Archon placed you after your creation. You had a great many memories here.
Is that because this is kind of like his birthplace?
You could say that, in a sense. You'll see why shortly.
I hear footsteps.
This place is huge. I can't believe the landslide didn't fill it in. I wonder who built it. The Crystal Marrow Miners? No, there's no way. Look at this exquisite construction work, and so well preserved, too. No mining crew would be capable of this. There's someone passed out on the ground.
Who are you?
You're awake. What happened? How'd you get stuck here? Are you injured? Not a scratch. And these fine clothes. Who are you?
This man is Katsuragi, deputy to Torichio's adopted son, Mikoshi Nagamasa. He found the Balladeer in Shake Pavilion and took him back to Tatarasuna.
And the rest is history. Well, it used to be.
In the original version of events, Katsuragi was ultimately killed by Nagamasa.
Let me get you out of here. Our people are nearby. Hang in there.
During the Tatarasuna incident, Niwa was murdered by the doctor disguised as a mechanic. The Balladeer, then known as the Kabukimono, disappeared not long after. As the second-in-command at Tatarasuna, responsibility for what had happened fell to Mikoshi Nagamasa. But Katsuragi had sworn lifelong loyalty to Nagamasa after the latter had once saved his life. At Katsuragi's insistence, Nagamasa killed him to put an end to the Tatarasuna incident.
Katsuragi seems like he was a good guy.
He looks like a warrior, but he has a kind face. Why couldn't he live a long and happy life?
Can we take Primo Gems from within? Oh, look, a treasure chest. You know what? I would be fine if those treasure chests didn't have any Primo Gems. Since you can miss them by, I don't know, a lot of stuff.
Nagamasa, I found this young guy in a cave sealed off by a landslide. he doesn't remember his name.
Well, we need to call you something. I hear the workers are calling you the Kabuki Mono.
That's fine with me.
Katsuragi, report to Niwa. Tell him we have someone new joining us.
Okay. Oh, there's another treasure chest. Ow. Just a little bit of electrocution, nothing big. I'm just cautious because of... Oh! What the fuck?
Huh? What are we doing back here?
Oh, whoops. I hear voices.
Whoa, this is where you were born? It's pretty, but there's nobody here.
I was abandoned, like you. I lived here for a while at first, but there's nothing for us here. We can't stay.
Okay. I heard my mom and dad used to make swords, but the factory manager died, and then my dad got sick. He kept coughing all the time, just like me. Then Mom started coughing too.
But you can't. You promised me.
Oh.
Yup, we're family now. We're gonna be together forever and ever. This child didn't have a name. Or rather, the balladeer didn't know what to call him. His father died before he could name him. After his mother died, the child stayed in their straw hut alone. Some of the neighbors helped to raise him. After leaving Tatarasuna, the balladeer ran into this child who didn't have a name, just like him. They made a promise to live together.
What happened to the child then?
They really leave out the part where the White Shogun abandoned him. Why do they try so hard to make people forget that the White Shogun abandoned him? But then again, they put it in a cutscene, so why wouldn't they bring that up?
He died from his illness while he was still very young. The balladeer came home one day and found that he had stopped breathing.
Hey! What's wrong? Say something! You promised me we could be family! You're no different from Niwa and all the others. You betrayed me too.
Oh, there was the White Shogun.
The voices have gone. It looks like the memory ends here.
Let's keep going.
I mean, that was basically the whole story, wasn't it? No! Can I? No, okay, it's just something.
You do realize you're blocking my path.
I come not to obstruct you. I've been waiting. What you are truly is a weapon, one that could be wielded with an iron will. Or you could continue to drift aimlessly.
Are you trying to win me over?
The long-fated rebellion has begun. Why not take your place at the banquet and join those who shall feast?
strong. Let me weave you a verse. Rain outlines your fate. No, my...
Commit it to memory.
Killjoy! Looks like I've begun. Went too far.
Good job. I mean, I don't think too much about the ones that I miss here. For the sole reason it's just 2 Primo Gems. Everything else gives way more anyway. So... But I still want them because... 2 Primo Gems are 2 Primo Gems. Oh, that looks poisonous.
This place is dark.
Paimon knows this place. It's the Delusion Factory in Inazuma.
In the original version of events, the Traveler once encountered the Balladeer here.
Such a creepy atmosphere. And so familiar.
I remember this. It was an unsettling place.
Hey, look over there.
Well, well, my fair lady. Is this rundown factory and these incompetent fools all for me? Wow. You shouldn't have.
Huh. What do you have to gain from belittling your subordinates? You might not want to admit it, but you are a part of this plan. Perhaps you find fighting in the Abyss to be a more meaningful use of your time? Oh, but of course, even this pales in comparison to being experimented on by the Doctor.
Did they actually bring her back in a way?
What a sharp tongue you have. Funny how negotiating never seems to be your strong suit. For the task ahead, I suggest you keep your true feelings to yourself.
Save your breath. I know what I have to do.
And then she turned to ashes.
I'm sure you think so, but I still think you need to hear it. Don't start thinking you're invincible, and don't let your emotions get in the way.
And that is exactly what happened.
Surely you're not worried about me.
I just can't have you getting in my way. You and Child never fail to find ways to complicate things.
I'm merely lighting a little fire in this chaotic nation. But you, being tossed out like trash, must make you want to destroy it completely. Do you remember the last time you were here? That was a lot of swordsmiths you killed. I'm sure the descendants of the Raiden Gokaden are still suffering the consequences now. Look at you. Oh, don't get so sentimental. Now, give that poor little tongue of yours a rest and stop pretending like you're above everyone else. Bye then. See you at the victory feast.
Oh boy.
Poor little tongue? She's playing with fire talking to me like that. Who does she think she is? Forget it. Someone might find me here any minute now. I should prepare to give them a warm welcome.
The plot does not end here. There is more of this story to come. Wanderer, are you able to continue?
Yes. Please don't worry about me.
Why are you staring at me in silence? Can't you think of a nicer way to express yourself?
I'm under no obligation to be nice to you. Besides, I thought nothing mattered to you except results and your own interests. Isn't that right, witch?
Muddle-headed puppet. You're only number 6 because you can take more abuse than other humans. Do you really count that as an asset?
You're about as much fun to be around as a raging inferno. But before we murder each other, it'd be best if we finish our duties.
Okay.
Stand with me! Rain outlines your fate.
Oh, there was more, okay.
Clouds high. The birds call. The wind knows me.
Commit it to memory.
can't run from death.
Alright. Are there any chests here? Oh, alright, let's go.
Looks like we've arrived in Sumeru. Is that?
Considering that Amorta's sage, Nafis, refused to join this project, I'll take part in the experiment in his place.
Welcome. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration.
When do we start?
You seem impatient. You should know that becoming a god is far from a trivial affair.
The biological transformation is a lengthy process. As such, I too would recommend that we commence as soon as possible. In the event that a successful connection is established, his body will become permanently bound to the machine, and he will be unable to move independently of it.
Nothing worse than what I've been through before then, Doctor.
You were the most resilient test subject I ever came across. Thanks to you, I was able to garner a great deal of information. Alas, after that, you were under orders to remain in the abyss. We barely saw each other, and it became difficult to further refine the knowledge I had gained.
That was gracefully worded. Ever wonder what they think if they knew that nothing matters to you, apart from your crazy experiments?
God, so much clipping.
I suggest you speak to me in a more respectful tone, Scaramouche. The mere fact of your utility does not make you indestructible.
The doctor again? That was uncomfortable to watch.
That person gives off a very sinister energy.
He's the doctor. He's behind all of this.
It's normal for him to give you the creeps. He scares the bejeebers out of Paimon.
Let's move on.
You're a god. Do you think I'm evil?
If you accept that he is you, just as you are you, then yes, you are evil.
In your eyes, are there any differences between humans and puppets?
Do you think there are any differences between your present self and your previous and future incarnations? If not, then what are the differences between humans and puppets? Whoever has tasted the joys and sorrows of life in the human realm is human. Whoever has loved and lost, cried with grief, howled with rage at the tragedy of death that eclipses the miracle of life, they are human too.
I've seen enough of my past. If possible, I'd like to reclaim the sins that are mine to bear.
Huh? What does that even mean?
No matter the consequences, I won't run from blame or punishment. Whatever I am due, let it come to pass.
Wait, so you want the tree to remember you again after you deleted it?
Can you return my memories to me?
Huh? But won't that mean you'll lose your current identity?
I've always believed that human lives follow a set of rules, with each person being a collection of past experiences. As a puppet living in a human world, my life is subject to the same rules.
Regaining your memories means reverting completely to your previous incarnation. All the emotions that you discarded will return to you. Are you sure you want to do this?
Oh, now it makes sense again!
I've lived with the void in my chest my whole life. My creator didn't need me. And ever since I awoke, I've just drifted from one place to the next. But then I met you, and I finally realized that reclaiming my missing sins might be my one opportunity to become my true self.
Is the true meaning of Greater Lord Wukodavata's words? A person can't erase themselves, and even though the original balladeer is gone, this person will live on in his place? Are a person's sins an inescapable part of their destiny too?
I've always felt I have an innate tendency to yearn for something more, in a way that goes deeper than for most people. But for all my soul-searching as a Shugenja, I've never fully understood it. Looking at it now, it seems that I brought this curse upon myself. So I beg you, grant me this opportunity to gain a purpose, to change my destiny, and end my wandering.
Very well. Since your mind is made up, I will return to you that which is yours.
How is this even possible that this weird story full of analogies is able to restore his memory completely? How is that possible? Oh, wait, maybe it's... Oh yeah, it's because she hid it in a dream. So Irminsul thinks it's a dream, so it's not actually part of the real world anymore? Is that how it worked?
You have made your decision. Now, take this.
Set him free.
A puppet? What's he doing here? You're a human as far as I'm concerned.
Everyone's here. Wonderful.
What a fine blade. Nagamasa will be thrilled.
This is my...
Is he alright?
What the fuck? I don't have Zhongli with me. Wait, did they recycle the animation again?
All worthless dross will be purged. That's why this won't be the end.
He awakened to his vision, didn't he?
This is trying my patience.
Have you got all your memories back now?
You got any more stupid questions? Feeble human! Quit following me. Squall and Fury. At my command, you shall fall.
Wait, that is not fair.
How amusing. Upon the gale. Cry louder.
Can something or someone heal me?
The wind rises. Perish!
This is actually a better way of doing this.
My endless cycle begins.
Fall, behold.
I'm about to die here.
The wind rises.
Oh.
Too slow.
Insignificant past.
Squall and fury.
You're dead.
Oh, okay. Oh, I wanted to burst again. Everlasting Lord of Arcane Wisdom.
Imbecile! Get out of my sight.
It disappeared. Did we win?
What did you expect? I'd never lose to that.
Wow, so if the HP runs out, you just get revived.
There's the tone of voice again. You're definitely back to your old self. Wait, but it was you inside that thing too. What have you got to be smug about?
Wow, people memed about, yeah, when Scaramouche comes out, I can beat him up with himself. And now they actually do it here.
Sorry. I'm harsh on myself and everyone else. Just the way I am.
Now you've recovered your memories, the past will catch up to you.
You sound like you're concerned about me. But don't worry. Thanks to you, even if I didn't change a thing, at least I now know the truth.
The memory recovery seems to have been a success. This dream has served its purpose.
Come on. Let's continue this outside.
This was actually a way... Oh. This was actually a way better way to make a trial character within the story. So you can actually try out stuff. But at the same time, I think it doesn't really showcase his capabilities enough. Since, you know, his burst is more suited for mobs than it is for a single enemy. Wait! Where's my treasure chest? Oh, I don't even get a treasure chest.
Welcome back, traveler. Paimon, Balladeer. It feels like we just went on a really long journey. Paimon's exhausted. You don't like being addressed by that name?
It's fine. But I was just thinking, I should probably change it.
You won't go by the Balladeer anymore?
After learning about everything the doctor did, there's no way I can carry on using a name connected to him. I'm not planning on returning to the Fatui, and they wouldn't take me back anyway. Recent events will have affected a lot of people, and they might not even remember who the Sixth is.
Yeah, who is the Sixth now? Do they get another Harbinger and they will actually... Oh god! They really do a full-on Kingdom Hearts, don't they? Since usually they are called Organization 13, but they were supposed to be only 12 in the first... I don't know.
So, you're quitting the Fatui for good?
Let's call it a tactical retreat.
It's like you said, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Everything may look futile, but it wasn't completely meaningless. At least I made a lot of people forget about me.
But that doesn't mean your own past has disappeared.
Of course.
And your main goal, for which you gave up everything you had, you weren't able to achieve it. I hope you can see and understand that. Changing the world, changing the past, changing the fates of other people, these are not simple things to accomplish. What you are looking for is complete annihilation. But this is just a fantasy. Even if the Balladeer is removed from existence, the world will not heed your will.
Indeed. How ridiculous.
Do you regret doing all that when you've gotten so little in return?
Even if I'm completely worthless, there's nothing in the world worth regretting. Lesser Lord Kusanali, you purposely left that information in Irminsul, didn't you?
Which?
Yes, and I took pains to make sure that you'd acquire that information naturally.
Oh, right.
Why would you go to such lengths? You trying to win me over too?
In all honesty, your past experiences have made you a useful asset to Sumeru and to me. Winning you over was indeed a part of my plan. But before that, I wanted to tell you the truth about your past. If all I wanted to do was use you, then I'd be no different from the doctor.
Very clever.
I guess you could say that's one of my virtues.
Utility to others is what gives me worth. So if embracing my sins is what it takes to make me useful again, so be it.
Nahida doesn't see you in that way.
Oh, right. I almost forgot. You're the good guys. You're into justice and all that.
Well, about that, we are going to Fontaine, which is the harbor of apparently justice.
Sorry if I have a slightly different perspective on things, but I don't feel like I've been duped. The wisest leaders are fated to end up with the best helpers. I can live with that.
I'm glad you're able to think of it in that way. Traveler, in the future, I'll continue to search Irminsul more deeply and see what secrets can be uncovered. Including the beginning of your twins' journey recorded in Irminsul. What exactly happened before and after that point? I want to know as well.
Thank you. Let's hope you can find some answers.
I will try.
Traveler.
Yes?
After I dove into the information torrent in Irminsul, why did you go to Inazuma?
Because I wanted to know what you changed.
So that's how you found out whose fate had changed. And how. Well, whatever your reasons, you did me a favor. And I'll do everything I can to pay it back.
Please don't make it sound like I'm extorting you.
Borrowing and returning are the only real relationships between individuals. I'll balance the books one day. Don't you worry.
That's not true. A relationship between two people is not simply a ledger that can be reset to zero. I think deep down you realize this. People who show up in your life don't just evaporate like water drops and leave nothing behind. There is no such thing as balancing the books.
Yep.
Some things in this world can never be brought back, and they can never be changed, which is why there is emotion in the human world. Everything that you feel is real and lasting, and whatever is missing in you will not be made whole. To be human is to live with imperfections. You can choose whether or not you want to be human.
But humans can't live without a heart, can they? Anyway, I gave up trying to become a human a long time ago.
You understand what pain is perfectly well, even without a heart. You're just bearing your feelings. The past is set in stone, but you can keep moving on. And the longer your future lasts, the shorter your past will become, until one day, it is but a tiny fraction of your life.
Sounds like you've got a future planned out for me.
I hope you can give Nahida a chance.
Everything's ended up being pretty darn complicated. Paimon doesn't even know where to start, but the most important thing now is that you need to follow Nahida. Otherwise, all our efforts will have been for nothing.
Then I guess I'll be helping you from behind the scenes from now on.
I'm glad that you've accepted our proposal. Why don't you choose a new name to celebrate?
Ooh! Paimon wants to pick an ugly nickname for you, too!
Oh, come on!
Why?
Because Paimon still doesn't like you that much.
then I hope we don't see much of each other in the future.
Aww.
A name is life's first gift. You didn't say it out loud, but I know that's what you're thinking. The Traveler and Paimon have helped you a lot. If you can't decide on a new name, maybe you can ask them for ideas.
You want us to decide?
No, Paimon only does nicknames. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours.
Oh yeah, one of these decisions.
Have you got anything?
Rules and disclaimers for name modification. Name change rules. You can obtain the item an appellative stroke from the Archon quest interlude in version of Genesis to change Eon's Adrift's wanderer animal's name. Please take note that some names cannot be utilized in this change. Once you have renamed this character, some interface in the game going forward will display the name that you have chosen. There's a limit on the number of times you can rename this character, so do so with care. That you follow our terms of service while using this function. To create a healthy gaming environment, please read and confirm that you will not instigate or take part in the creation of content that discriminates against any race, gender, the bullying, insulting. We may have to restrict your use of the game, so at the time you are welcome to use the report to send. Okay. What? Why do they do this to me? I can't freely choose how to call him? Oh, what? So this is the first character you can name yourself? How many characters is it able to take? Cannot contain more than 6 numbers, okay. Character limit okay, that's a fairly big name. How the heck would you call him? I mean, I knew there was a name choosing thing, but I didn't know that. Is this their newest ploy to make people pull for a character by making them choose a name and getting them emotionally attached? Oh, that is just pure evil, Hoyo. I thought I could just... Yeah, but how many... Wait, you can obtain the item in appellative stroke? I would really like to just call him Vegeta, but that infringes on other people's copyright. The creation of content that discriminates against any the bullying or insulting of any travelers or groups or any other content. Wait, so the travelers, please know that you follow our terms of service by using this function to create a healthy game. Please, the creation of content that discriminates against any race, gender, religion, the ethnic government or region. The bullying or insulting of any travelers or groups of travelers, any other content or behavior that violates the terms of service. We may have to restrict your use. Can I name him something that I know? You can obtain the item. Vegeta, no! Vegeta, yes! Oh no, I mean, it's so right, but also so wrong. We could just call him Vegeta. I don't know if I infringed in the copyright in terms of service or something. Please take note that some names cannot be utilized in this change. I mean, they would already know about this, so I mean, I was making jokes about calling him the Vegeta of the Genshin world, but I didn't expect that could actually That is actually a thing. I mean, it would probably not allow me to call him that. But then again, I could call the Traveler Vegeta, so why would it make a difference? And the worst thing they could do is, you know, change it or make me change it again. I mean, I don't know if that is a good idea. I feel like this was funny in my head, but do I really want this to be it? That is the real question. Wait, where's my... Oh, there it is. But yeah, I guess I have to... I mean, they force me to, and I mean, I can change the name later. But Vegeta is also short and does his favorite move is doing all those energy blasts. I mean, it would probably not allow me to call him that. And if they allow me to do that... I mean, the disclaimer says that as travelers, please ensure they follow out. So use the creation of content is criminal. It isn't a discrimination. It is not bullying and insulting. That violates the... We may have to restrict it to... I mean, sure.
Are you sure?
No. It's the best I can come up with. Yeah, I think this will do.
Oh, all right. If you say so.
There. Now you have a name of your own.
What about a nickname? Are you done yet?
Vegeta, what's this gotta say about its power level? This is so dumb. Why are they doing this? Vegeta? Wait, I have to send a friend of mine this. I mean, he's not playing anymore, but I want to show him. What the fuck is this? Wait, I have to send him this right now. This is so weird. I mean, they will 100% force me to change that name at some point, but this is his name now.
Still thinking. Stop rushing me.
Take your time. I don't need to see you again until you've thought of one.
What do you plan to do next?
Everyone who manipulated me and made me suffer will have to pay the price.
You mean the Fatui?
The doctor, at least.
Now that your stance has changed, I believe your future path will change accordingly. But it won't be immediate. You still need some time to compose yourself.
One more thing. There are still some descendants of the Raiden Gokuden living in Inazuma. Some of them know. Well, they ought to know about the connection between Raiden Gokuden and myself. I don't plan to leave Sumeru for the time being. If you see them in Inazuma, please tell them that I was the one responsible for the Raiden Gokuden's downfall. Even though the events have been erased from the world, they still deserve to know the truth.
I see. That is up to you. Huh? But if we do that, then...
It's fine. Let them stab their blades into my chest if they so desire. Maybe that's how it always should have been.
That's not very Vegeta of you. Fine.
No nonsense. I like it. Alright, let's call it a day. Goodbye, wise deity. And you too.
He's gone! What he went through today would have been like living an entire lifetime in an instant. He'll need some time to calm down.
Maybe I should have called him Riku? I just can't come up with great names.
Yeah, true. But even so, after everything that's happened, he doesn't seem quite as fierce anymore.
There were some bumps along the way, but it's all over now.
So we can finally go eat? Paimon is starving.
Thank you both. I hope you will find somewhere nice to go and relax for a while.
Why did they decide to let I mean, of course, and the first and foremost, they want to get attached and then think, oh, I want to have that character because I was able to name him. It's mine now.
I've got
mine.
I can end my novel with some words from Mikoshi Nagamasa.
You mean because everyone else in the story is dead?
Yeah, I heard that Mikoshi Nagamasa died at a ripe old age. He's the perfect fit to be the narrator of the epilogue. The dark clouds had dissipated, but they continued to cast their shadow in Mikoshi Nagamasa's mind for decades to come. Then, one night, as an old man, he had a dream. On the night when that prized blade, the Daitatara Nagamasa, was forged, the people rejoiced, and there was painting, dancing, and drinking. All these expressions of joy melted down in the furnace fire and turned into red clouds that rallied around the final sunrise that Mikoshi Nagamasa saw in his lifetime. Life is a story too long to be told, a journey that you must walk to behold.
To the resting place. Oh. Well.
It's about time we had a break. As soon as you stop, all the tiredness and hunger comes rushing back.
I'm hungry. Rest up, I'll buy some delicious treats as a reward.
Wow, great! Huh? Look at the vase.
What about it?
Did someone break it while they were cleaning the room or something? But Paimon doesn't remember there being a cleaner.
That night we stayed here, Paimon bumped into the table after being startled by something to do with the balladeer and broke the vase. But the balladeer wasted his existence. He changed the world, so why is this vase still broken?
You sound lost and confused.
Wait, what is happening? Who's that?
I know why you are troubled. Any who knew of this would find their mind overwhelmed.
Huh? Is there someone here talking to us?
Unfortunately, the fate of Teyvat cannot easily be changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance. But for anyone else, who can say? When a small animal runs into a tree trunk, though the tree may sway, it is not displaced. The same is true of fate. Like a vase that falls to the ground. Whether it is broken by a cat or by a bird, the result is still a broken vase, is it not?
Who are you? How do you know about all this?
Who are we talking to? Is that you, God?
History does not change easily, but human hearts can. Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
The voice has disappeared. And who the heck was that? And what were they doing coming out of nowhere and saying all that scary stuff?
Believe my eyes. Does she mean I should trust my memories?
Anyway, that face is still lying there broken on the ground. Should Paimon go get someone to clean it up?
Why can you not clean it up?
It feels wrong just leaving it there. Just a moment. Paimon will be right back.
I wonder what else awaits me in the future. Da-dum! Oh yeah, an appellative stroke. That is the thing, isn't it? Let's see. But they didn't specify how many times. There's a limit on the number of times. Okay, whatever. It's not like they say the name anyway, so it's just there for me to giggle about when they don't see that I called him like something. I mean, it is a name of, oh god, it is a name of someone that is already a fictional character, but the work of someone entirely different. Wait, so nope, no more quests. I think. Wait. Yeah, no more quests. Well, I guess it's time to go wishing. Since, I mean, I kind of want him, so fuck it. And we got him! No, we don't. I don't know if we got him. That is really dependent if I... 2 50-50s, 1 in a row! That must be a new record for me! That absolutely is a new record! And, well, relatively early. I think this is my 60s pull. And found it! Wow! That, god, that must be the luckiest I've gotten in a very, very, very long time. I got both the new characters. Perfect! God, I never was that lucky before! This is great! Well, done! Thank you! I can keep the rest of my Primo Gems. Oh, okay, that was the perfect. I love this. Yes! Wait, wow. Oh, is he actually called Vegeta now? Yep, he's called Vegeta. This is great. Oh god, the moaning. It sounds so moaning. Okay, well, this is great. I love it. Okay, gotta do something real quick. Doing this, and then I will be out. This has been a very long journey. But yeah, let's kill the dragon another time, and then... God, now I have to wait for the talent material to be available again for quite some time since I didn't do it yesterday. Gee, okay. Wait, I have 140. Wow, that is fortunate. And yeah, I pre-farmed this one. I forgot something. Not sure though what. Oh yeah. Artifacts, no. Oh yeah, now I remember. Oh, I have to bring in to phase 2. It will come back eventually, and I still have. Why is she always not? I can't even get there, and if so, I wouldn't even know how. Like,
Grow! Make yourselves at home!
Let me weave you a verse. No, my sword! Huh?
This way, pretty little.
Out of my way! Dissipate!
Commit to memory.
and you're dead. So, and when I come back later, this will be over. Alright then, I am done, I think. Yep, I'm done for now. Wait, I actually have to... How many do I have left? I have to put them in my spreadsheet. 60,425.